Welcome back to Workers and Resources. I played a different song than Carl Casey as the first one because I'm really into that one these days. Hopefully it's gonna be fine. I guess I'll learn once the VOD is up. I really like this as an intro song. It's by Paradelos, called Power Slam. It's about driving cars fast. At least according to the anime music video that was made with it. Hope it goes well. We're back in our Republic. Demolishing the distribution office here to then put in unloading platforms for the rail construction office. Hopefully they can fit. We will see. Speaking of drivers, I had a great day of Morikana today. Did some hectic power slides. Excellent work. That's how it should be. I need to start. I need to keep bringing resources to the rail construction office for now because we need to hook up the unloading platform with materials. So we need aggregates and open hull materials for now. Please keep sending materials out. We already have our cargo wagons, I guess, for the train that's supposed to run everything. Aggregates are only going to be gravel, unless I want another train car for coal, but I think coal delivery by horse carriage is fine. We have one cargo wagon for steel and 2 for boards, which is a 2-to-1 ratio. Because it's 17 tons for both, so that fits quite well. And the rest is gravel. You know what, I'm gonna set all of these. And then I can tell the train to load whatever. I mean, I could put like... I get another cargo wagon for a bit of extra coal. Nah, it's fine. We get like, we get like 5 tons extra. We could deliver 5 tons of coal. Doesn't... oh, you know, can't mix aggregates, of course. Alright, let's go over to Carl Casey. The old, reliable classic. Shopping center, no warehouse. Should be okay. Unless I wake up at 7:30 next week, there's gonna be 2 weeks of no, like, appointment on the weekends. I don't think I can wake up at 7. Like, I have to wake up at 7 to be there at 8:30. For 1.5 hours, I don't know. It's an optional appointment. But then the next one, if I don't do that, would be 1st of March. Yeah, maybe I can make the one at 11, but then I have to travel like 2 hours to get there. I kind of want to go to the one in 2 weeks, I guess. I'll have to check travel. We'll see. So we're building, like I said, the resource delivery by train for our rail construction office, which should allow us to build quite quickly. We'll also put some strain on our financial situation, of course. But the resource delivery by horse carriage will be too overloaded. So we're not going to be doing that anymore. But otherwise, I think I'm happy with the setup of the coal delivery inside the settlement. It's handling 2 heating plants right now. That's probably what we're going to do in the MegaCity too. Distributed coal delivery. Health is going to be, like, life expectancy is going to take a dip during winter when the heating plants kick on, but that's just the nature of things, I guess. We'll make it work somehow. Okay. I need an orphanage. I need a research point to build an orphanage. No, we need a basic orphanage. I need the population growth right now. Let's get an orphanage placed. Otherwise this is not going to work well, because we're going to lose people. I mean, happiness is ecstatic. Like 77 is pretty high, I would say. Can't really go much further over the train tracks. I think I'll build it here, or close to the heating plant, I guess. Well, the happiness has to translate into a higher birth rate, and right now we're incarcerating a lot of people. That leads to a reduction in birth rate that we need to handle. Oh yeah, considering the restrictions in here, yeah, it's quite cool. Okay, let's do the risky thing and upgrade the road to our prison. And then after that do the one to the clinic, I guess. But that one we'll do during non-winter times, because during winter, healthcare is at a premium. %43 loyalty. Very good. Yeah, we need orphanages, I think, to deal with the lack of health during winter, I guess. It has to be inside our loyal area here. if I want to have heating here too. I'm not going to drop another heating plant in right now. But how's the birth rate looking? Like right now it's going down, but last year it dropped pretty heavily. The question is it going to be higher or lower next year? Like, did we go up from 1,450 to 1,500 only? I mean, we had a lot of older people who are now gone, and I guess they made free flats available. How did it work so well in our testing? It doesn't work that well here right now. It's only yellow pollution. I think the orphanage is missing. I think that's the key part because of the all the children that like lose their parents and also get dropped off. We need to maximize birth rate. I think I'll put it here. So this one is mainly for like population growth, not even for loyalty. So I guess it could also be next to these houses. Loyalty would be nice to have with this. It's not a requirement though. They do have access to the school and university. If I build it here, I could make it so they only have access to the school, so they only produce regular educated citizens with high loyalty. But that doesn't matter. Like, if they go to university, they're not going to study longer than the age of 21 anyway. Please, gravel delivery and upgrade the prison. It's our source of loyalty. The only thing the road prevents is food delivery, clothing, meat, and of course fire trucks. I still think new prisoners can just go into it, no problem. Don't think the road being blocked matters in that regard. Okay. I'll have to have the footpath past the prison here. And get some workers in this area. I might build a second orphanage too. I'm not sure yet. Like, orphanages I think are gonna be key to running this with the pollution during winter. Maybe it was just the whole like, oh, we had excellent health until now and now we're doing the whole pollution thing. Maybe they just need to like adjust to the new birth rate cycle. But yeah, one orphanage focusing on crime reduction will probably help a lot. And then if we want more birth rate, we just throw in more orphanages and that's fine. Yeah, I don't know if I want to build anything here right now. If the orphanage is supposed to be that way. I guess we'll build this. Make a footpath here, just for cosmetic stuff. There we go. And then we have room for another orphanage in the area if we wanted to. Okay, should be fine. If something happens now, like a fire, I couldn't do anything, because if I bulldoze this, it would not remove it. It would turn into a demolition task. If they didn't start working yet, and there was gravel on the construction site, but they hadn't started work yet, then I could just remove it and the gravel would disappear. because there was no construction, ergo there's no demolition needed. But right now, it is. I guess we could also do the coal delivery to the end station by train if we really wanted to. But no, I think... No, we're already doing that, never mind. I can't unload coal by train into an end station anyway. I don't think it gives me the option to unload. Or does it? A direct route to a gas station works, but not to an end station. One more delivery of workers, please. Okay. Pretty big drop. And yeah, I think the early deaths with the lack of taking care of the children is probably what's causing us the population decline right now. We need another 1,000 people to get over 2,500, and then we can get the large orphanage built. But I guess the settlement can deal with some smaller ones. Doesn't have that many people. Looks like the demolition task is done. We want an aggregate unloading station, and we want a warehouse unloading station factory connection. Uh-oh, I hope that was fine. Yeah, absolutely fine. Okay. It's fine. Flip them around. No, then the road connection is going to be in the way. No, it's not going to work. This is how we'll do it. This is how we do it. Okay. And if I don't want this here, and instead this rail connection, I would just have to scoot it over by one, and then this is like an end station, like it doesn't connect through. Or we build this over? No. Doesn't like it. So that stupid connection to the building. You know what? That's probably going to be an end station. This blocks this area quite for quite a long time, so we'll just scoot it over and hook it up to a bypass train line. I mean, it could be a terminus station on this side too, and we just don't do the crossing over the road. So the delivery train arrives here and parks itself here, and there's no crossing. That would be the smarter way. And in the future we have the option of having a way to turn around here, I guess. I am thinking of something right now. I wonder if this is gonna work. It's gonna be questionable. That is not aligned. I mean, a little bit of jank is fine, but yeah. So the idea was, what if we have a road go through here in between those platforms? I don't know why I'm so picky with this alignment right now. Because I'm a paladin. Oh my god. Come on. It looks slightly off again. No, it's fine this time. This time I'm okay with it. Alright. So idea. I'll have a crossing over here. Straight lines, yeah. And then it hooks up into this area basically. So a fire engine would have to travel into this location. There's a train parked across here. If any of these are on fire, the train should leave the premise, hopefully. Hello, dynamic. Don't snap if you can help it. Here should be fine. Oops, don't hold the shift key right now. You were not supposed to snap to that. God dang it. Alright, I'll do it this way. It's not happy with that. I don't know if it's gonna let me place it. No. Not that way. Looks like we'll have to accept some jank here. It's fine. So the connection through here is not going to happen. I have the option of running a train track through here, I hope. No, this is slightly too wide. I mean, I can run it through here, I just have to make it like maybe too wide, and then I'll have to go past this building first before we connect into this. So no connection between these two. This might happen, but yeah, it's possible. Not planning on it right now. And I guess, what am I doing? I can't just hook it up here now. This is like so elaborate and silly. We don't need it. We can just hook it up on this side. Done. And then this hooks up on the rail construction office side. And then we have our delivery look. Oh no, I'm an idiot. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. No, the factory connections are supposed to be here. Never mind. Of course that doesn't work. Well, I'm glad I realized that. Put them in place so I don't forget again. I hope the left-hand corner will work. Also a little bit narrow here, but it should. Yes, there was a reason for this whole thing. I guess I'll just build it like this, it's fine. Oh, you're kidding me. That's too short, I guess. Sure, that's fine. No one can tell that it's slightly janky. Not that the rest isn't janky anyway. So, we would have the option of a train track route past all of this. Not anymore, apparently. Oh, because this was a corner, not a junction before. I guess that is a problem, isn't it? I don't think we need a way for a train to turn around here. It'll be fine. This should be okay. But now I'm realizing I wanted to wait until unloaded for steel. And this needs to be the last platform. Otherwise it can't do that. Right now it comes in, unloads steel and boards, and then it waits until unloaded for gravel. It's not going to work. Okay, so factory connection platform needs to be on... Okay, well that's gonna make things weird. Hello 50, welcome. I guess I can't do that either. Unless I put a conveyor engine in the middle of it and flip them around. How long is the train? "89 meters. Yeah. So I guess it would deliver gravel, then go to this waypoint and deliver steel and boards. I guess that's the only way I can solve it right now. Let me know when the orphanage is done. Okay, I guess we'll go back to how it was. You know what, if we're not having a train line in front of this, I could conceivably use the other way of road connections as well. That are less prone to like getting jammed by fire engine blocking vehicles like trains. Seems that citizens are satisfied with their healthcare. Yeah. A bit of pollution during winter. I hope the population growth is gonna be better next year. Seems like this test was not that successful. The only thing I can imagine is that we had research disabled and that's why people had a lot more health. Like, something like that could have made a difference, I guess. So maybe we do need the medical university at some point, fairly soon. Train comes in, unloads gravel, goes to the signal, turns around, unloads boards and steel. Sure. But that way it should work. Snow count as pollution? No. Snow shouldn't count as pollution. But the heating plants run very much during winter, so that's probably the issue. Seems like we have enough heating capacity now, with 2 heating plants. But yeah, they produce more pollution, obviously. Almost up to 4% gain for loyalty, very good. We can, if we want to, increase the minimum loyalty requirement to buff things. But I think I'm happy with the way it is right now. You'll have to start working. Rail construction you're supposed to do is not that one, but this one. Auto search radius 100 meters. That's so short, why would you do that? I guess so it starts building when it's done, I guess? I don't know. Can't modify it after it's only after it's built though. I'll have to wait. Yeah, sure. Looks like the road constructions are done. I need a bus platform here with some workers so we can do terraforming. 2 free bus platforms, I guess. I guess we also bring some fuel, some horse feed. If we're gonna do work in this area. That is for you to do. It's quite the trip. 30% is fine. Highway to the center of the Republic, yes. I need to flatten out an area and make it so the train line can go through here, following the road. We might let the train line sink down, so it can go underneath the main road, so there's like a tunnel here or something. Not like a bridge, I'm not going to build a tunnel, but like raise this up a bit, get the rail line to go off to the side, and then, I don't know. The other option was just to curve the road left and also bring the train line left, and they both arrive here in parallel. But I think having the option to have the train line go underneath the road might be a cool thing. But yeah, we'll need to terraform for that, for sure. Right now, we want the intermediate bus stop to be built, so that we train station to be built, so we can deliver citizens to that point. It should be in maintenance range of the construction offices once it's built. We'll have to make sure of that. So whenever it needs repairs, it can go and get repaired. Maintenance range, yeah, we should be able to do that. I want the road to be curved. Slight curve, and then, yeah, those waste storage is only needed for resource deliveries from the city. Junk is getting dropped off in here. We'll have to demolish that road once we want really long trains waiting at the platform. I hope we have the resources necessary to build all of this. Even if it's as slow as the LTC, it travels forwards and backwards way less frequently. So this is a lot more efficient. Population is still going down. Do I need a medical university to solve this then? Why is it suddenly so bad to have pollution, but in the test it wasn't? It's just a second heating plant, guys, come on. Maybe the orphanage is gonna fix it. Let's check. It's a lot of deaths, yeah. Some escapes, not that many. Death rate went up, yeah. Medical uni is a good investment, yeah. Damn you, low tech. I don't have the research points to deal with that right now, though. How about for increasing hospital staff? But there's no queue here. Everyone gets their treatment, don't they? Maybe it was the fast forwarding through winter that reset the pollution and then it was fine. Maybe the test was bad. Just import medical expats, yeah. Well, that means that the megacity might need a medical university rather quickly. That means I have to wait with Soviet functionalism and either get pollution reduction, pollution filters, or medical university to start getting vitamins, increased birth rate. Birth rate increase would probably be the best tech for us, so we can always keep doing that. Just outpace the pollution. I still have US dollars, we can still get in migrants and get them educated. Do we work on loyalty in the school? Can we do 50? Maternity leave. That is already a thing. People stop working if they have children. I can't disable maternity leave. That looks really good. Very good loyalty and productivity. Let's see how the orphanage does. I think in our test game we had an orphanage. I believe. I don't remember. Pause. Not happy with that placement, I guess. How about now? If only the snapping point was right in front of the exit. But it's one of these 2 points and that's no work. I can try and keep going until it lines up like now, or I could just ignore it, but now it's connected. Yeah, the population loss is something we'll have to deal with. 81 health was fine in our test game. Now it is. Now they're being complaining. Life expectancy of 71 should be fine. Alright, you'll just wait until that building is done and then you'll build the area behind it, I guess. And if we wait until unloaded for steel, should be fine. Except for the money, I guess. But that's a whole different topic. I could get a second train for waste, so we could cycle them through. So there's always a train loading and always a train unloading. I don't know if I want to do that. Would increase our profits, of course. Distillery needs more workers. I mean, we had a little bit of a drop in population count. Has to catch up again. Oh god, the heating plants. It's 21 degrees and they're both running at 100%. Something does not seem right with the heat distribution directly off of the heating plant. Looks like we can manage loyalty inside the school now too, so I'm gonna get some more migrants. Oh hey, we're back to 1,550, excellent. That's gonna solve all of our problems, that's gonna last forever. We can just make up the shortage with new migrants, I guess. No problem whatsoever. Well, that puts a dampener on running a steel mill inside the city, till we figure out why this is happening differently to our test game. Okay, yeah, more staff in the hospital. Yes. Yes, I see the way now. That's definitely what we had in the test game. We had like a full hospital full of workers. We cannot skimp on healthcare in this republic, for sure. Oh my god, health went down. Sheesh. I mean, we had a lot of visitors right now, and health went down because I got migrants. Which explains everything. It's also why happiness and loyalty went down. And apparently now we have fewer sellers in the shopping center. Cause why not? Sheesh. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just not running the hospital high enough. Maybe they're only sending people to the hospital if there's enough room in there, because they don't want to like wait in front of the hospital if they can't get like a appointment. It's possible to get fully rid of children's death? Yeah, if you have enough orphanages. Children death happens when the parent dies and the children can't go into an orphanage. If only there was some way to increase patient capacity. Guess we'll never know. Thought it's only a medical problem. No. When people get imprisoned or when the parents die due to health issues and they had children, they have to go into an orphanage or they just go away. Maybe a Ferris wheel will help? Maybe. I don't think it will, but maybe. It gets them above ground over the pollution. It could help. Let's see if the orphanage helps. I'm gonna have to redo science time pollution, I guess. Without fast forwarding. Or just using the Time Master fast forwarding, because that one didn't clear pollution. That way we could get to winter quickly. In and out of winter whenever we need to. Lifespans in here are terrible. 43. You're a migrant, that's fine. You're gonna get your healthcare, your life expectancy improved soon. Why are the resource deliveries so slow? Got so many open hull carriages. I guess they're doing other things. So many deaths. Wow. Alright. We can't fail the megacity now because of stupid pollution. Come on. Office tasks now 49 finally. What? Office tasks? I'm confused. What? Do the foreign workers make it all the way to the bus stop? Doesn't look like it. Nope, they don't make it. They don't make it. Oh, okay, distribution office, I see. I was like, we don't have any office buildings. Let's hope this helps. Game's not English, so it's some difficulties in translation. Yeah, I guess I can see that. It's called a distribution office, but I wouldn't call it an office building, I guess. But it is called that. It makes sense. Okay, both heating plants running full tilt even during summer is really outputting a ton of pollution. Hello, Jimmy. Mark. I guess I need the medical university. But first we'll try the orphanage. I wonder if higher alcohol addiction increases birth rate. Yeah, gotta do a medical university. I mean, a technical university would also work, but there's only pollution filters in there. Medical university, we have the birth rate increase, we have the vitamins. Weatherproofing technically to make it more resilient during winter. Preventative medicine with heart attack prevention and stroke prevention, which also helps keep people alive for longer. I think the first one would be increasing birth rate and just trying to power through everything. And there's only one. A big one. It's gonna be a bit of a weird train line here, but it's not blocking anything while it's traveling back and forth to do the job it's supposed to do. Oh god, that was an expensive import, what the hell? I guess it was grain. No, it was clothing. Because now the second shopping center is up and it took a bunch of clothing. Are you making the trip now? Come on. Seriously? You're already at 7.5 hours. God dang it. Is this your first attempt? Do we need another bus stop in between? Do I need to spread them out to like 2 more to make it safe? Okay, I guess at least you'll get to the first bus stop, but orphanage is done. Loyalty requirement of 50. So you have a new timer. Hopefully this time it'll be enough. Hello Grayling. Welcome. Prison has priority, then the orphanage, but you should be able to run both. And if you drop below the loyalty requirement, then you can work elsewhere. And with this setting, criminality is going to go down, loyalty should go up. Should all be fine. Hello Brooklyn Rob. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But if we don't think we have enough workers, then we can also drop the loyalty requirement altogether, I guess. Lots of highly educated people in here right now. I mean, it might make sense to just let them walk wherever they want, since loyalty seems to be spreading well. And we do have a warning message if it doesn't work out. Hopefully the supplies get delivered here soon. You brought electronics into this republic. I don't think so. You bastards. Get rid of those. Okay, loyalty, please. We'll change it back to regular, non-loyalty based education if it gets overfilled, which it might. But this should bring up our birth rate, because every child saved in here is a child not lost. Due to pollution, people dying too early. This should improve like our population growth again. I need to make sure we have enough workers in this thing to handle everyone, because a situation like this is pretty bad when a slot is unavailable. Guess we could also put another house here. Hello, Neo Contra. Welcome. Our construction doing its thing. The grocery store is out of supplies, apparently. What's the distribution office doing with its meat deliveries? It's importing from the customs house. Yeah, I guess maybe it's a bit overloaded, and maybe I do need that that meat storage. Maybe I do need a meat storage here. Supply deliveries are not fast enough. I'm gonna have to get a meat train. Like the train that's importing the resources here would also have a meat wagon. Oh, we're still on purchase all vehicles, huh? Cargo wagon by production date. Refrigerated. One. Thought I turned that off. I guess maybe not during a showcase. Yeah, it looks like meat deliveries are a little bit slow now. Having them inside the settlement is gonna help. And the distribution office can go in here, pick up from the meat storage, and yeah, get everything locally. Let's see if we can get a positive population growth spiral going. Health is improving right now because it's warm enough where the heating plants are shut off for most of it. But of course it's going to come back. For today will be the first buildings in Horskell be built. Apparently 2 heating plants in the settlement cause us a significant population drop. So, questionable. First thing that's going to be built is the intermediate bus train platform. Oh, this time we can reach it. Good. So we can do terraforming here now if we want to. Let's wait until a couple more foreign workers are here before we start flattening this, but yeah, rail construction is about to start. And it's gonna be expensive. Where's the refrigerated wagon? Wait, what? Did I buy it here? No. Did another train load it? Where did it go? Did you load it? You loaded it, because you're set to load anything. Sure. There. Anything but cargo trains. You're not supposed to load those. No cargo wagons. Load everything. No, I'm going to specify. Unload here. However much you want. Go to the waypoint. Unload here. Wait until unloaded for steel. Do one last unload. And then you're on your merry way again. That should be construction materials for the rail construction office, meaning that the distribution offices are now only needed for brick delivery. That building is empty. Old rail construction office can be demolished. Now we watch our money melt away as soon as the train arrives here to import resources like a bunch of steel, meat, etc. I'm gonna be updating our loan back to 800k because it's gonna get expensive. Yeah, we had an orphanage, I'm fairly sure. Maybe that's the sole reason our population growth was maintained during winter when everyone died. Let's see what happens next winter. And if we need another orphanage or not. Definitely need like more housing here. This is not working out too well. More housing for loyal people in closer walking distance. It's gonna be loud for the people living right next to the train track. But the trains don't run often through here, so it's probably fine. Okay, let's build some housing. Need another monument nearby. Food delivery lacking is not good. These like meat deliveries seem fine now. What are you complaining about? Nothing. You're just having a question mark because of reasons. Okay. That means you can start building now. Wait a minute. So how much gravel are you loading? It was like 200 tons, right? More than 200. No, less than 200. 338 down to 200 tons. 140 tons-ish. Okay, I think that's enough foreign workers. Where's that horse carriage? But yeah, today we start properly building towards the next city. I think orphanages are going to be key for maintaining a high population rate in a polluted city. I guess we should have some houses that allow people with high loyalty to stay there, even if they didn't manage to get an education. But that it would most likely only be orphans if they somehow live in an orphanage but can't get a school education. Not really something I'm considering right now. I have an idea how to build a compound with an orphanage and a university that only provides school education to those people, and no one outside, inside the city. Even though that's not really necessary anymore. But it would make sure we had like a compound for very loyal, highly educated orphans. I really need to focus people into like working in the orphanage. I feel like I shouldn't be too concerned about a lack of like loyalty in this, because the main thing is we save all the orphans and criminality goes down. So I guess we're gonna go down to 35% and we'll just make them happy, I guess. Don't care about loyalty. Sure, the orphans are gonna be super happy when they release and be productive that way. And we'll have more workers, means more rooms for orphans. Can we make this the national anthem, please? Hoska, Hoska, with the Gläser an die Wand, Russland ist ein schönes Land. Hey, no. That has a reference to a real life nation in it. Can't do that. Or not Russia. You know what? I should use the mega bin trick, I guess. The mega bin trick is probably going to be faster than this. Maybe. Maybe not. It definitely maintains a nice slope of a mountain though. Astotska? Or also not Astotska, that's already taken. We don't have border controls. We're letting people in with low loyalty. I really wonder what Workers and Resources is planning next DLC this year. Maybe 1800. I mean, if you go earlier than 1900, progression kind of slows down. Spacecraft? Oh yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe like something similar to what the Tropico series is doing, going into more modern times. It's not a DLC plan? They were saying they were working on another DLC, yeah. Want to get workers here to build the train platform, we have to use this bus stop setup of foreign workers or our own workers to build it up. Set of stuff for very late game would be amazing. Sounds unlikely though. I'll be gladly wrong. Yeah. I have no idea what could be the thing. Maybe a Western DLC, like padding out the Western vehicles and making it so you can start on the Western border. Maybe campaign 3 finally? Oh god. Or maybe like mega buildings, so like large-scale monument-style facilities, like prestige projects, basically. Maybe something like that. I'd love to see some sort of lane control for traffic in one of the future updates. I think that would mess with a lot of republics. I don't know if they're going to do something like that. Who knows? Alright, I think we're going to bring the workers forward. I mean, the idea was to have a... They have to be here, but we need the train platform to deliver our own workers so we can bring them to the next stop. So I should build a train platform, I guess. This is what we're building towards. Small passenger platform. Let's use one of the newer ones. That look cool. I'm glad they decided to add train platforms that have like a... not the same line spacing as like parallel tracks, which is cool. Is this how we're gonna build it? No. Okay. Why does the maintenance settlement... Oh, you're not... Why are you set to allow yourself to build buildings? That's not correct. Get out of here. Wait, why is your checkbox for buildings enabled? I'm pretty sure I turned that one off. I don't know. Want to say Wild West Soviet Republic, but it's already happening. Too many horses. Another would be used by the agency to possibly or partially steal some tech and or vehicle blueprints. I would like if the secret police had more options. Boosting loyalty, imprisoning more people, forcing emigration on disloyal subjects, something like that. So different work modes for the secret police would be kind of cool, I think. I don't know why you have the question mark, but I guess it's working, so sure. Building towards the first train platform. At which point we can run a passenger train. This one doesn't check for walking distance, huh? Why doesn't it? I don't get it. Okay. Right, bring all the foreign workers over. We'll keep them around here and then slowly bring them over to the platform and wherever we need to do the terraforming to get this road set up, with the potential for a train track to go down and then underneath the road. Minimal road bridge. I don't want to have a train bridge over the road. Plus we might need the workers to actually build up the groundworks here. Because I don't think we're going to be able to bring construction workers to the area because it's so far out. Which is going to be a theme with like building the megacity. Also in September, in 2 months it's going to be cold again, but the heating plants are already running full tilt, so health is probably going to start going down soon again. But this time we were prepared, we have an orphanage. Population growth is the main thing. If they have low loyalty, they're just going to get released with basic education as like general workers into the system. They're not going to be allowed to study with less than 40% loyalty. We're not using orphans for mega loyalty anymore. The balancing doesn't work out. We want the orphanages to be full basically, and then build as many orphanages as needed. And I don't need the warning for tutor message at that point anymore. In the beginning it's nice for the loyalty, but yeah, doesn't really matter. But hey, if we have a ton of loyal people living up here, then we could also run the orphanage with loyal workers, of course. Not enough wardens in prison. You're making me lose loyalty right now, game. I need room for loyal people to move into every time. Otherwise prisoner releases with high loyalty are gonna release into nothing. And they leave the Republic. The Mega loyalty. Is Mega Monkey no longer loyal? Yeah, Mega was driving yesterday. I think he got the thrill of breaking the rules in a controlled environment, so I think that's like the start of the end. Sounds about right, yeah. Can I get rid of that question mark somehow? Like if I put a waypoint in here, are you then maybe like calm afterwards? Or like... How can you get rid of that stupid question mark? Pass this back. Go back into the demolition offices. What are you demolishing? Oh, the rail construction office. Yeah, that makes sense. We also need to demolish this road. Like I said, from here, slightly curved road leading out. Can hook up into existing facilities. Let's see if our population growth keeps up. I think we need another orphanage. I want the population growth to be sustainable, with no worry in the world about the pollution. Because if we build a steel mill in our megacity as the main production facility at the center, it's going to be pretty polluting, alright. So we need to get it stabilized in the settlement here, where it's not that polluting at all yet. Nope, that didn't get rid of the warning message. What if it was a signal? There's only one train ever heading this way, so we can have a signal here, I guess. Unless a construction train does a weird turnaround something in the area, which it shouldn't. Or we complete the loop and it's like a path through here, but we're not going to do that either. What? Wait, what? Oh, right. Of course. Sorry about that. This road hasn't been built yet. Yes. Makes sense. Oh, you're delivering grain. You're picking it up here and delivering it. Makes sense. Yeah, all of these children, every orphan in the orphanage is a child who would have been lost. Reducing your population growth, basically. Okay, we're not having this. I'm gonna send you back to work in the prison, like, make sure the prison is staffed. Thank you. That is your job. Also, we have a ton of prisoners right now. Yes, please keep the prison staffed. I need my 4% loyalty tick per 20% of a year. So you're gonna release with like 68% loyalty, I guess? 67? I hope there's room for them. I don't think we have enough room for the loyal people right now. Which is another way to lose people. Nowhere for the prisoner releases to move into, I guess. I mean, I'm building houses for more loyal people, but I guess during this time we'll allow anyone to move here. Let's see if we can stabilize with the pollution, because I want a polluted city. MegaCity 19 must be polluted. Otherwise it's not an old-fashioned style city. The fact that it's going to be a mega city is maybe not that old-fashioned, but there were larger cities back then. I know from Victoria 3. Brussels, for example. And many more. A healthy smog of progress, yes. The goal is to have a polluted city be successful. This is kind of like where I'm trying to break the rule in regards to everyone trying to not have any pollution. We're going to approach it with like, how can we make it work with a ton of pollution inside the city? So how are we looking on the groundwork? Materials? All here. The workers are also all here now. I don't know if the workers are enough to build it up, but if they aren't, then we have to just build the bus platforms again, I guess. They can take their time. We'll manage it a little bit. What do you mean? Oh, I see why it couldn't measure, because there's no road connection to the other side. Okay, send some workers over. And once the rail line is all the way here, we can bring our own workers to that area and don't have to rely on foreign workers, and we can probably make the second jump all the way to the river with our own workers at that point, because they've been delivered quite far. And I think I placed this in a way where it is in maintenance range because the construction offices auto-assigned themselves, so yeah, that should be fine. The next building wouldn't be, but it will have a megacity next to it. We'll have to turn off the workforces here. I guess I could increase it to... let's bring it up to like 50. Let as many workers as they want go up here right now. And then turn it off. It's not 50, but... okay, that's like probably using up most, if not all, of the workers. But then again, I also don't want to do any terraforming right now, and... well, the construction of the last construction phase should be doable. I don't know if it was 1 or 2 construction phases, but yeah, the last construction phase or 2 we have to micromanage with a horse crane. Should be doable. I think we need more. Okay, maybe we can build it that way, we'll see. I hope they get the groundwork done with the extra workers now arriving here. I'll keep it up and check for it, I guess. Also have to build towards the platform. And into the end station. And then out of the end station into the double track line. And this is all going to be really, really expensive. In the beginning we could just build off of this whole area with a single track, but we need multiple passenger trains running here fairly soon to maintain a steady supply of workers. I don't think the train platform can catch on fire, I hope. Seven more work days. Okay, well, you get 10 workers. Once the first one arrives, I'll shut it off. And then whoever walks here, walks here. And then we'll wait for the resources and try and build it up with horse cranes with the remaining workers we have, and hopefully it's going to be enough. Okay, you will even accept people with no education. Any loyalty, anyone can move into this building right now. If this fills up,
we have to check our housing capabilities, capacity. 1 work day. Well, you get 1 worker then. And once the first worker arrives, and the only worker, I'll shut it off again. Yes, we have more workers here, good. And hopefully you finish that. It's a single work day, we measured it. You must be able to finish this, but it doesn't... Okay, you did it. And 1 more construction phase. So we'll wait until all resources are here, and then activate it. All resources plus the road crane, the horse crane. But I think the horse crane will only start moving as soon as people start walking onto the construction site. This looks like it's gonna be too few workers. There's like 7 workers left. Let me bring a free construction office over here with some horse crane. I thought I... Oh, no, 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 no. That's just... That's not true at all. Give me a dedicated new horse crane. We don't need the connection into the customs house yet. That can wait. But double tracking towards the passenger platform. And maybe having a way for them to like turn back and go back the other way on the other line would be appropriate. I'll have to name the train platforms with better names, but we're only really going to have one that's like in the middle of nowhere. The second one will be close to the MegaCity and will probably get enveloped by like content. A slowly forming construction sector, maybe. But I would like to have the city running first, like even if it's a city of like just some food, meat, clothing, and people living in the house there. They will get really unhappy and they won't get any sport or culture, but we can, if we have a positive population growth here, with the pollution we currently have, we can bring some extra workers into the other settlement and make them do things for us. They don't need to be happy. I'm so happy they added sideways footpaths to the monuments instead of just like up the front, and so many more footpaths to the statues. Really handy. We'll have our meat delivery from here soon. Also have to start building up distribution offices to bring resources to our first settlement by horse carriage. Because the resource deliveries by train are going to take a while. At that point we will probably have to produce food into the warehouse here and have a train after delivering crops bring food to the megacity. Consumption should hopefully be manageable. Okay, so you're waiting on the rail construction vehicle, which you shouldn't. So we're going to put a signal here. This is all rail construction territory. I mean, shouldn't have mattered because there's already signals here, but if it wants to turn around and build in this area, I'll have that signal in between just to make sure it's separate. So you're waiting for something else then. Grain delivery through this area, and you're waiting to also go to the customs house. How did that happen? You went into coal, and then you want to go back out because the customs house is the first stop. You are causing an issue. So the first stop has to be the unloading platform, and the customs house will be the last stop, I guess. So that this doesn't happen. Oh, wait. You suddenly just... Oh no, you're still waiting. I thought you were in the customs house before. Last stop. Meat. Board, steel, gravel. So you're gonna go to this stop whenever you do a like coaling action. Hopefully. If you also still assign yourself to go to the customs house, I'll have to build a passing track here. So this doesn't cause problems anymore. Well, let's see if the orphanage does the trick. Had to stabilize with migrants, and now population growth and pollution are pollution is non-existent. It's coming back. Let's see what will happen. We expect the number of children to go up a lot. And the number should be maintained through the polluting winter. So if we can build polluting cities by just throwing some orphanages in there, that might be a good workaround. I would like to build a passing track here, to be honest. A way for the train that wants to go out of the customs house to go into like a waiting space so another train can move in. Because yes, theoretically trains could move. One train could currently move in here and block this line. Don't notify me if there's not enough tutors. It's fine. So we'd have a passing track like this, for example. And then make this a one-way connection direction for vehicles going out of the customs house. What is an orphan? Mythical creature that will appear when someone in the city dies? Yes. Not necessarily death. Could also be a child, a mythical creature, when their supervisor goes into prison to serve a sentence. So whenever a parent becomes occupied with a different thing to do, and they had a child, an orphan gets created. You can see that by watching people in the courthouse when they get sentenced. If they had a child before, and you don't have an orphanage, the child just disappears if you have the window open. Yeah, let's not focus on loyalty, just criminality reduction is fine. And, of course, population growth. I'll build the passing track on the outside here. I think that looks better. So this would probably be a one-way pass for a 150-meter long train to wait here. So we'll make this a 2-lane passing track for a bit of extra steel. And a child unit is just made into an orphan unit. Exactly. Well, a child unit loses its parent. Which is also technical speak. But yeah, we're gonna have a ton of orphans with like a very polluted city, and if we want to keep population growth high, we need to have orphanages. So that would explain why our test game worked well. Because I had plopped down like a large orphanage, I think, for testing purposes. But we didn't like manage it or look at it. But it was soaking up all the childless orphans, the parentless orphans. And keeping and maintaining a stable population rate inside the settlement. Can't believe our horse carriages actually imported some electronics. Well, you can import anything but electronics, like anything is fine. Never electronics. This works fairly well. Of course it needs a dedicated train, but hey, otherwise road construction would be really slow. And the orphanage was just a clever way for the deaths to at least somewhat soften death spirals. I mean, they could have kept the children assigned when the parents go to prison, for example. Or they could have just assigned the child to another childless person in the city as like simulating adoption, I guess. But no, this is how it was done. Oh my god, the lack of workers here is painful. I mean, it's gonna create more criminals, I guess, at some point, which I guess we can handle in our crime and justice system. So if the orphans become criminal, they just go to prison and then get loyal afterwards. It will all work out. As long as the prison has enough capacity. Ten people with more than 50% loyalty. Still studying, very good. Also going to be highly educated with high loyalty. Always got room to move in. Back to 44% loyalty after the migration wave. Went up to 43.69, dropped to 42. And now we're trying to restart it, but the orphanage is going to drop the average loyalty because we're trading some loyalty for increased population growth. Once all of these houses are filled with very loyal people, then we might also turn the orphanages back to 50% loyalty requirement for the workers. But right now I'm relying on a lot of workers walking over to the orphanages, and that's lowering our capacity inside the orphanages. They really need to be in residential areas to work the most efficient. But yeah, the workers are not too disloyal, so criminality reduction with a lack of workers is still possible. They got really good productivity, but we're not really gaining any loyalty. So some orphans are not really handled, it's fine. They're still gonna get a criminality reduction, they'll become a little bit more addicted to alcohol, that's also fine. No problem. How are we doing here? Materials are present. Unassign all the construction officers, I guess. Definitely the crane one. And open her up, I guess. Oh, a crane already was here. Oops. Sorry about that. Then I'll wait until there's another crane here. Unassign everything. You assign yourself here, please. There we go. Guess I didn't need to do that. I don't think it's going to be enough workers here to build it up. We got 3 and 4. Yeah, we got 7 workers, but like I said, I think it's insufficient. Unfortunately. Maybe they'll prove me wrong. Usually it's multiplied factor by 10, but the foreign workers probably don't have enough productivity to make that count. We'll see. Alcohol is merely another type of fuel. It's fuel for the mind. So I'll have to bring more foreign workers here. God dang it. The time goes down so quickly. So many more foreign workers needed, but we'll have our train platform here very soon. Alright, I need the demolition office vehicle again. I think we're probably going to be out of range. I also got rid of the other bus platform. I'll drop a couple more in, just to make it safe, because it's winter. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, I'm going to drop more in. It's fine. I mean, it might, if I do this, like, pick some weird way to refuel. I guess that could happen. But so be it. We'll see if it will make it work or not. And then drop them off here. Don't load anyone. Do that once. And then go back. Also, hello Zadlier. Welcome. So health is going back down to 83. Life expectancy is dropping. Let's see if our population will drop significantly this year. We're still lacking workers in the orphanage because they're not living close enough. So we're going to be losing some orphans. But hopefully the extra housing will fix this. So I'm expecting like a little bit of a population drop, but less than what we had, where it dropped like by 150. 200. So we'll see if we can flatten this out. Second orphanage will also help with that. So 4 workers would finish this construction. Fortunately, we didn't have enough, I guess. But with 1 horse carriage delivery of foreign workers, it'll probably be fine. You've decided... Oh no, you're trying to bring our own workers to this area and not managing it. Yeah, that's a problem. Oh well. It's fine, I guess. No, it's not fine. You're not set to auto search. I need one. No, you're set to auto search, but like, yeah, I can't use the crane office inside the MegaCity construction. I'll have to unassign that from the assignment group because it's not going to be used in resource deliveries, and we'll have to provide road cranes locally. How do migrant workers work in this game? They come to your country for a week, a month, or... Well... Migrant workers are not a thing. You have foreign workers who do one shift if you bring them inside. They cost you a lot of money, which is indicated in the foreign manpower cost for the ruble side and US dollar side for one workday, 8 hours. They can be transported 12 hours at a time. So yeah, you kind of need them to like initially build your settlement, but if you keep them for too long, they become really inefficient to run a republic with, as our first attempt at the MegaCity 19 kind of demonstrated. We still had the positive cash flow, but without a settlement, I was throwing away 5,000 plus rubles per month to try and make it work. Oh, we got 1 hour left, like, not bad, but still. Actually, are you gonna make it? I don't think so, but it would have been close. Yeah, you're not gonna make it. What about the phone workers? It's the last transfer stop. I think you have enough fuel, and if you don't, you're gonna refuel feed at the horse feeder over here. So these should make it work. And then they're gonna go to the train platform, where we will accept no workers right now. I still want some for terraforming, I guess, just in case. We'll have to keep bringing more workers here, eventually. Which we can do with the train platform and the rail connection. We can just deliver them here and build up a stockpile of a ton of workers in the area. I don't think I need a fire station. But it also showed us that the maintenance of this building probably isn't going to work, except for the fact that, well, workers are going to arrive here by train, so the resource deliveries are going to be handled by the build sector. No, they're not going to walk into the building from the train platform. I would need a construction office here to do the maintenance, I guess. That picks up the workers from the train platform. Yeah, that would have to be done, I guess. How long does it take to travel to the center of your map? Probably like... this is like 12... Wait, this is 10... 60 hours, I guess? By a horse carriage. By train it's going to be a lot faster. That's why we're building the train to deliver workers to the center, because with horse carriages it's not manageable in a nice fashion. Hi, can you tell me about to remove trash from the closed garbage bin in the game? I want to replace the small bins with large ones. You can wait until one of the... I mean, if you want to replace them, you have to rebuild them. So you just demolish them, and they get demolished, including the waste inside. If you worry about the pollution that this generates, you have to wait until like one technical service vehicle is traveling to it, and once you see that a vehicle is heading towards it, if we can take, for example, one that is receiving a pickup right now, let me check the overlay. Is there one? I don't see one that's close to getting a delivery, a pickup. But it would show up as a vehicle traveling to the building, and then you just put in prohibit waste disposal. No more new waste is going to get dropped off in there, and the technical service vehicle will pick up whatever's in there. Should have enough capacity to pick up everything, and then you can remove it without having to worry about waste causing some pollution, I guess. Yeah, for the small ones, that's the only way, because they're connected by footpath only. Unless you connected them with a road connection. If you build them with a road connection, then you can send a direct line to them and tell a vehicle to pick up the waste there manually. But the footpath ones, that's the only way. But you can also just demolish them, and it's not going to be that much pollution. Looks like population growth is a lot better. It's December still. Pollution... I mean, health is back down to 82%, right? We do have a little bit of a population dip, but not the massive one yet. That one started in September already, and it went all the way through April. And we're already already in December, and it's not that bad anymore. Thanks, they don't take the trucks. It's probably easier to just tear them down and rebuild them. Yeah. The ones with the footpath connection don't take direct trucks, no. But if you have an issue with like the waste storage, it's usually an indicator that even larger storages will probably not solve it, because it just means they take a little bit longer to run full. They do benefit off of the fact that you can run them with large waste containers though. Okay, something... It happened again. We have to build the passing track first. You go and build this one please next. So I guess the... wait, that's coal train. Aggregate unloading. You want to go up here. Why are you blocked? Why are you blocked going up to the heating plant? Oh, because of this train. That signal is wrong. That signal needs to go away. Because we... yeah, that messed everything up. I might not need to make a change yet. Turn around, go back into your platform. Because it's now part of the whole orange rail block. Or like, I guess, purple. No train may wait on a signal here. Unless it was a double chain one, but... no. We'll build this one up and have the construction train deal with a passing track, and that should make it more robust. Now the coal train can move, and then the train waiting here after refueling, going to the customs house, can move, and everything should work again. Well, I guess the waste train moved into the customs house for now. They still didn't get rid of the question mark. I don't know how I can get rid of that. Oh well, it's fine. Also, you're not turning around in place. That's weird. Maybe I have an idea. Let's try it. Let's do this whole thing. And the waypoint is going to be replaced by the new building. And now you're going to try this whole trip again. See if we get a question mark, if there's like a small section of track in between that's not occupied. Nope, now it works. Okay, now we don't get a question mark anymore. Perfect. I would like... a thing I would like as a DLC would be super nerdy. It would be the ability to run trains in reverse, like have a checkbox from like a waypoint to say run the train in reverse, so it reverses into something. So you can have to do the whole thing, like go into a junction like this, and then reverse out of it, and then go into this one and reverse out of it and do that stuff. Just for the cosmetic, like not having a train be able to flip around kind of thing. That's what I would like. I mean, I assume the train's going to be able to build more than its length. Maybe times 3? We'll see. Should definitely have had enough materials to build it. Okay, get the workers. I'll let 3 workers go onto the construction site. That'll probably be enough. Two might have been enough. Then we'll have our first train platform on the way to MegaCity. And we can also build up the gravel roads again, leading past this whole area. The horse train, I guess, will move back to somewhere near the settlement, because it looks like I don't have to worry about that. They do send horse trains out in advance, which is cool. Then we'll upgrade this road. Well, I did say I wanted to have a bridge here. So what would need to happen is us terraforming this into a downwards track, and then going around here. So I need to bring more workers to the area and shift them over to platforms further along, because we're not going to have the reach with this, I don't think. Our reach ends here. That's the furthest we can terraform, which I guess would be enough, because I'm planning on doing a right-hand turn off of the platform into a left-hand sweep with a tunnel here, I think. We would try to, or like, maybe even here already. Elevate this, put a cut in for the train track to go inside. I guess it would be nice to have some more workers. So the road upgrade would have to wait, but yeah, it would be a bridge that we're going to build, and the workers are going to come off the train platform. That would be the first thing we are going to try. You deliver some more workers continuously from the border, please. You know what? We could also bring our own workers. We don't have to bring foreign workers. At least we can try it. They're going to be in sort of an equilibrium. I'm not sure if I can bring them from here to the first stop fine, but probably. We'll see. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. If this doesn't work, I'll have to... Oh, wait, we have another intermediate bus stop there already. From here, go here, transfer, and then load. Yep. That adds the extra stop we needed. Hopefully they can make it through. They would be a lot more efficient at building up the structures that we tell them to. I'll open up the rail construction office to some more workers, I think. More room for loyal people to move into. Very good. I think the orphanage solved the pollution issue. We don't have to go for a medical university anymore. I think the orphanage was all we needed. Orphanage is excellent. So if we want to build a polluted city, you need orphanages to match, I guess. So we're back to the idea of going Soviet functionalism, because that'll give us a large orphanage. No lurk command here, but just enjoy your lurk, it's fine. I removed that lurk command at some point. It's nice that people want to tell me that they're here, but yeah, it's fine. Illegal lurking. It's not illegal. I said I removed the command. I didn't say it's illegal. So we can now load meat from here too. Local meat storage. That is now also being imported by train. I kind of like the setup with the unloading platforms facing each other, but not being connected. I don't know. And then the road in between, not having any traffic issues. Kind of neat. Is that a cross? Is that religious? It's illegal here. Soviet Republic. I think it's still in the first construction phase. Like, I don't think it traveled back and forth. I think this is still the first building task. This is 200 meters, I would say, like 150-ish. Like, okay, it's probably like 190, but might be 200. That's actually 260. Give it a lot of distance, and it still has resources on the on here. Like, it still has several train tracks loaded. I think this thing could build for a very long time. Health at 80, life expectancy of 66, population dropping a little bit, but not much. Yeah, orphanages, guys. Build orphanages. Who cares about pollution? It was really bad though. It was way worse than 200 citizens. Okay, now there's also way fewer prisoners in here. Maybe it was just the initial one. Maybe it's just the first year. I think the orphanages are still key, but maybe we just got rid of all the weak people who were like not resilient to pollution. We strengthened the gene pool. Oh wow, there's no one in here from the student hall. Oh no, there they are. Never mind. There are a couple still. They're not first in the list apparently, which is unfortunate, but sure. Eventually they'll get an education. They have high loyalty, they can wait. I wonder how bad we can make the health be before it's not sustainable. I know with like our test it was like red dot pollution indication was like too bad at that point. But that does mean that steel mill is back on the agenda too. Soviet functionalism and then one research point into steel mill. Now the settlement is back on track for 2,500 people. And yes, the next research will be Soviet functionalism. Actually, wait, no. No, the first research is going to be steel mill, because we need that to lay out the city first. I don't want to build the orphanage next to the steel mill anyway. Yeah, build all of this in one go. Very nice. Okay, so this is going to be one way. Where are you going? Road construction. This is another passing track on the network for short trains. Should be fine. It's gonna make it more efficient at the customs house. I'm kind of happy how well this little rail network works with all the trains running over it. Should be hopefully now mostly issue free. Are we managing to get our own people here? Or did it not work? It didn't work, I don't think. We have to use foreign workers, they have a lot more travel time. We'll go back to foreign workers then. They're a little bit more forgiving with the travel distances. No tourists. Medical University will still be nice for the megacity because of the general improvements in health, helping the citizens stay alive for a little bit longer. But it should not be necessary to maintain a settlement. It doesn't mean we have to build orphanages like shopping centers, basically. I guess one orphanage per shopping center is like a good balance. If we're going for high pollution. And low life expectancy. In certain areas of the settlement. There will still be a district of like no pollution, high loyalty, university, and all that. But the majority of the settlement is probably going to be fairly polluted. Medical complex that have a capacity of 1k patients. And how do we bring the people there? By train? No, I think it's just going to be a... Well, there's going to be a large hospital. But... that requires modernism. Well, we have the functionalism one, I guess. We might plop these hospitals down into the city. Because population density should be fairly high. For the functionalism style building. It's not going to be as high as the MegaCity 1, but it also means we have to build it broader instead of up. We can build it up later during modernization, I guess. I need to acquire a passenger train at some point, and then start delivering the workers here to the train platform. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to build towards the center, but I was still riding on the previous Poland run when we had trucks, where it wouldn't have been difficult to get to the map center at all. But with horse carriages, my god, it's brutal. If I ever do such a challenge again, it's going to allow me to build villages. Then I'm going to put this restriction in where I can have other settlements on the map with at most like 500 citizens. The Shinkansen railway will be fully electric? No, I think we're going to stay with steam trains for a while. We have to build like a coaling station next to the entrance of the city where we have water. But that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yeah, life expectancy between the two heating plants, not so good. 59. Life expectancy up here, 82. 79. 83. That's fine. Regarding example of children, here we go. Someone getting a minor crime sentenced. This is the child. Depending on if the orphanage has room or not, the child will be saved or not. Currently the orphanage has no room, because they're not going to dump in children if they would be without childcare. So this window in the bottom left here is going to disappear as soon as they move to prison. But if you have enough workers, that child would have been saved. So everyone who says like, oh, orphanages are terrible, like why are you making orphans? You're the monsters, you're not building orphanages, you're not saving the children. Thousands of children die each year for cities and workers and resources that have no orphanages. Those are the real monsters. Drug abuse. Only a little bit. Sorry, didn't know that it not depends on medicine. Oh, yeah. I think children death is a wrong way to phrase it, but yep, that's what it is. Could be medical too, but the majority of it is prisoners getting incarcerated and their children having nowhere to go. And the other one is people dying due to poor health, of old age or something, and the children that they still have having nowhere to go, like someone having a child with 60, with the age of 60 or something. I don't know if that's part of the game. Or like someone having a child in their 40s, and then those people work inside like an incinerator or a steel mill inside a heavily polluted industry. Is the prison loyalty plan or the orphanage loyalty plan better as the starter? Prison loyalty plan is way more secure. I'm not running loyalty inside the orphanages right now, I'm using the orphanages to stabilize my population. The prison loyalty plan at the start is pretty solid. I only needed 2 migration waves to get it running, and it's now self-sustaining. Pretty much. So yeah, prison is better. And depending on the pollution, you might need orphanages still, because otherwise your population is going to drop heavily. We made it through winter, pretty much. And population dropped by like 50 people? something like that. 1,700 down to 1,637 people. Still dropping a little bit, but not nearly as much as last year, when we didn't have orphanages, where it dropped by 200. Very good. What did we just import? Steel? Expensive. I want the customs house back at the front of the line in this one. Orphans are nothing but bad news for the Republic, creating organized crime. No, they're not criminal. We're reducing their criminality. There's no criminal orphans in here. The highest one we had was someone with 1%. But they probably just got sent to the orphanage, and at the end of their free time they're going to be criminal free. Or close to. It'll be fine. If your orphanages are understaffed, then yes, there'll be a hot spot of crime, of course, but not in our case. In our case, everything is fine, currently. I'll probably have to take another loan. The increased rail construction is putting a lot of strain on our finances, and I didn't really build anything else that makes money. I might run a brick factory here at the train platform, I don't know. We could build some sort of industry in the area. That's a decent amount of foreign workers. I hope we can get this supplied with like with our own workers instead of foreign workers. That's also another cost. It's only 400 rubles per month right now for the distance, but it's still something I don't want to spend. Everything is under control? Yes. Everything but the cost right now. The cost is not under control, because we're building a lot faster than previously. Still need to fix this road here. I mean, in the future it could be a bridge, I guess. Not opposed to that. But I don't know. I could also build the train, like I could make this like an underpass and build rail bridges to the customs house. That would look kind of neat, but would also be kind of expensive. If I get rid of children deaths, my loyalty gets boosted. Sort of, yeah. If you can manage it without the orphans. I mean, you can also provide so many orphanages that you start loyalty boosting inside the orphanage itself. We're just not doing that because for us population growth is more important. We need a large amount of population with basic education to provide a workforce to run a steel mill in the future, so we will have a fairly high loyalty pool of workers with decently high loyalty for the higher education, but basic education I don't really care too much. It's impossible to stop children from dying. Yeah, after like 100 years, they're all gonna be dead anyway. Can't really help that, I guess. Meat storage is full. And yeah, we want to build out this area with more housing, which now that our population isn't dropping as rapidly anymore, I guess we can consider. I did build a pretty large pool of houses for highly loyal people. Currently more than 50% loyalty. At some point it might switch over to more than 75% loyalty. Because if people with 50% loyalty move in here, it only takes a little bit of a drop for them to become sort of useless for high loyalty work. And the monuments don't boost their loyalty up unless they're like below 40%. So for adults, there's no real way to boost loyalty other than radio or TV station propaganda. Or they go through prison, and then they get released with much higher loyalty that they get imprisoned for. Fortunately, you didn't do that. You're still at 45%. 77% still get 3 loyalty ticks. You're probably going to release with like something like 85, which would be good. I'm going to turn this house into people with 75% loyalty or higher only. But yeah, pollution testing I think was accurate. We just didn't factor in how important the orphanage was for that. Lifespan is currently 66.7 and our population drop is fairly minimal. It was not that much through winter. Some vitamins could help. Some pollution filters could help. I think MegaCity 19 in the original plan is a go with the current idea of no caring for pollution too much. Everyone underestimates the importance of orphanages. Well, you can do everything that the orphanages do in a different way. People like to run clean settlements with no pollution. And then the loss of children in the prison isn't really that significant anymore. Because most people run into the situation that they have too many 21-year-olds without their own flat anyway. Okay, we'll get the rail platform connected, run a passenger train, see if it can get to the train platform in the first place. It's going to be running at 70 kilometers an hour, should have no issue. And during that time the rail construction vehicle can work on the other track, double tracking. And we can work on planning out the bridge, the road bridge with the train track going underneath it. And then we have 2 tracks, one on the left side and one on the right side of the track, of the road. But the initial settlement supply is going to go over the left track, the left track of the road. So we're going to do a left-hand turn here and arrive somewhere in this area. Not sure yet where. Maybe here. This would be like arriving on the on the platform. Both the road and the bridge could be going over this in parallel. The road is on the right side, the track is on the left side, and the road could then lead down into this place. If the track was on the right side, it could make a right-hand turn and deliver resources here, but I'm still not sure where the platforms are going to be. Alternatively, we arrive here. Road on the right side, track on the left side, and the track makes a left-hand turn into the unloading area on the island. No, not there. Over there is better. Yes, it's very informative for people who are only listening, but there's nothing on the island that I can use as an indicator. Build an industrial modern port. It's a bit early for that. We'll have to wait. No, not here. There. Weren't you listening, Mega Monkey? Come on. Not even the 1900s yet. Yeah. Still in the 19th century. Our republic is still young for such an achievement. Yep, it sure is. People could have voted for an 1850 start. They didn't. But I think it could have worked. And technically we don't need to modernize. I'm just saying we will probably modernize the city because it's going to be a cool process. But I think the expansion of the city through width is more important than through height. So I would like to build the city outwards rather than just starting to slap skyscrapers in the center and calling it a day. That gives me an idea. Now you already did slap skyscrapers in the middle of villages inside your Asia run. You can't repeat the same thing. Alright, now we got more capacity for children. Hopefully you'll have food, meat and clothing soon. Population drop is still ongoing. Pollution hasn't recovered yet. The heating plants are still churning out tons and tons of pollution. But yeah, this should be manageable. Have you played Asian map before? I have actually not played the Asian map before, except when the Biomes DLC released as our first look at the DLC. Then I played on it, but I did not do a run on it yet. You don't need heating, you always have all the crops you want. It's like kinda crazy to me. I guess you could make like a horse carriage run on that one fairly easily, because you will always have crops and fields full of crops, I guess. Oh, actually we're profitable. Okay, sure. Good, good. Look at the speed of this rail construction vehicle without having to travel back and forth so often. Even the build speed isn't much faster, or isn't faster than the LTC. It just keeps chugging along. All the travel time is basically eliminated, and it can build very far in a very short amount of time. Single passenger train with some worker deliveries for construction purposes. We don't need a fire station yet because we're building infrastructure. I love the UK track builder. That thing just builds as quickly as it runs, basically. It's crazy. We're not going to have access to that for a little while longer. It's like a Ferrari compared to this. Yeah. I mean, this is only running so slowly because I don't have the amount of workers in it, right? We could increase the amount of workers by 5 times. And then build speed would also be 5 times faster. But I don't want to spend too many workers inside the rail construction right now. However, some housing here wouldn't go amiss, I don't think. What are those 1,600 people doing? Running all the service infrastructure. Education systems are important. Hospital during winter. Lots and lots of stuff to build up loyalty. Keeping people happy to maintain a high birth rate. Things like that. How dare they? I know. Can't be helped. How about a foreign invasion season? What? There's no invasions here. Everyone loves being here. I haven't built the proper tactical services yet either. I guess they could be fit in here. Not a problem yet. City goes dark. Let us refresh our loan. But yeah, the money loss is not too bad. I mean, the rail construction is eating most of it, of course. We were kind of expecting that. I'm so glad I managed this without a question mark anymore. Now it doesn't look too weird. To do like 80-50s Atlanta, Georgia, with a couple of years of Union Army invasion seasons and probably city fire. We're not doing Union busting. They already have enough power, and we're better off for it. The Orphanage Union is very powerful in our city. Yeah, I think it's going to be a train with a single passenger wagon. Also, we probably shouldn't let people wait here, unless we tell them to go to the platform afterwards. I mean, university students are fine, but passengers need to go to any building they want, and if they can't find what they want, they have to go to the other bus platform and look from there. But if they're here and they can't find what they want, they are out of luck, I guess. And vice versa, we probably need to bring workers from the bus platform down to this way if they've waited too long. We'll probably have one of the buildings sending workers to the train platform. Maybe the new one that's getting constructed right now. Yep, I would say pollution testing now was successful, with the inclusion of a couple of orphanages to stabilize the population. We'll have a healthy population growth rate. Lots of people wanting to study, but not enough time. Not enough party officials. I mean, they're slotting in behind other people who are then filling up the student hall, and it's like, it should work. I can't spread out the education amongst all of the students who want to study. But I could increase the loyalty requirement, because especially since our school is now running at 50% loyalty teachers too, we don't need to try and use the university to push up people to a proper loyalty. We'll only take people that have at least 50% loyalty right now. It's going to reduce the amount a little bit and give people who are in the student hall a higher chance of actually finishing their education in a little bit faster time. But until there's like a ton of people at the age of 30 in here, I'm not too worried. Most of them are... only one is 31. It's not... they're not too old yet. They're getting through at a reasonable time. If we run out of students, we will drop this down to 45% or something like that. But I think the school will manage this. So much better. Yeah, I'm glad I dropped the restriction of like track builders. This might be a bit too fast, but no, it's fine. We've already spent so much time getting the settlement up. This is fine. Okay, these platforms are not necessary anymore. Worker deliveries will happen by train. We will need the bus platforms again once we want to bring workers out further. But for now, not necessary. How big are you planning the city to be? This one at most 3,000 people. The mega city that we will start in the city center, in the map center, will be... It's supposed to be... The goal is to be 100,000 people. I want it to be the largest city I've made so far. And if my PC doesn't chuck by that point, and it's still fun, we'll keep going. But 100,000 would be like a milestone. You have experience in big cities? Oh, I can show my city again. I'm so happy. I've made one mega city before that successfully. One failed attempt before that, but I can show you my previous mega city. Hey, come on, Mega Monkey, I gotta use any opportunity I can to show off my magnum opus, my current magnum opus. Hopefully the Mega City 19 is gonna surpass that one, but I have made a mega city before, yes. I'm very happy showing this one off. This one was started in 1960. We built inwards from the outside to the city center. This was supposed to be the train station of the city. But yeah. We started at outskirts residential north 1 and then built into it. At some point in Storage's north, I decided this was supposed to be the center at the middle of the map. And this is where the city was supposed to like be developed around. But yeah. I have some experience with building larger cities. This one was up to 80,000 citizens until a sewage incident dropped some population. Is this Cosmo mode? It is realistic mode, yes. There is no fast buying of resources or anything here. It was built all in realistic mode on stream. Unfortunately, I didn't save the VODs for this, but I'm uploading the VODs for Mega City 19, I guess. It's all realistic mode.
Maybe you're the right person to help me out then? Maybe. Alright, enough looking at this. It's just a teaser. Also using long trains and all that. Very fun. Official workers and resource Discord is best for asking for help. Well, can also ask for help in the stream, I guess, but sure. I can try answering questions. I think I just killed mine hardcore run on 30k pop because of game bugs. I don't know about game bugs. That could happen, but that depends. Like, I guess there are things that don't work the way you anticipate it to be. And, I mean, it's always dealing with, like, problems that show up. That was a nicely designed city. Thank you. I was very happy with MegaCity 1 when it succeeded. I hope we can make an old-style version city that develops through the eras, that makes it proud. And hopefully has more population. The fact that we will be able to have heating plants and other things in the middle of the city and not affect our population growth too much should also help quite a bit. Okay, 20% loyalty, 10% loyalty, it's fine. Just make sure the orphanages are staffed, come on. Keep the population growth going. Build orphanage. This 10-year-old girl that's 16% thirsty for beer. Yeah. What are you gonna do about it? That's how her parents brought her up until she became an orphan. Bless that child. Well, go ask Mega Monkey for alcohol addiction inside the game. I don't think you used orphanages to push it up to 80%, but I would have probably done that. I mean, using the prison and the orphanage to try and boost alcohol addiction up over 80% could be another attempt at some point. She's 12% crime. Well, if she's 16% beer and 12% crime, that still leaves enough. That still leaves the majority for actually being a child, I guess. I know I created a worker ping pong around the coal mine. Excellent. Worker ping pongs are fun. Did you get to 80%? Everything was pushing the final bit from 75. Ah, okay. I see. I got a big city, a city center and a huge general store. I connect a suburb of around 3k via subway to the main city hub. The suburb is having everything besides that food center, and the only big working place is a shipyard. And the small city is full staffed. It tells me they can't get food, which when I inspect them, they get food wired. When I shut down the shipyard, which is in walking distance, they also start getting food. Don't shut down the city and my nation dies in crime. One thing you need to be aware of is that when people try to look for food, if they can't walk to a store directly, or if there's a queue in front of the store, they will try instead to walk to a bus platform or train platform. So if you have, for example, the situation that you have like another worker platform here in the back, which then is definitely out of range of getting food, they might walk to it and then can't get food from there, and then they'll go hungry. So make sure that if you know the buildings, if you have a building that says unable to get food, check if it's in walking distance of another bus platform or train platform or subway station or something that they shouldn't go to, and then deactivate the waiting passengers here, for example.
So one thing I could imagine is that your workers walk to a platform that, well, that is one of the platforms. Is there another platform in walking distance of them that they walk to and then they can't get food from there? Because they'll check all the platforms. The other thing is, if the store says it has food, if there's a queue in front of it, the people won't restock the shelves. So if it's connected to a warehouse with no forklifts, if there's a tiny queue in front of the building, they won't have time to restock the shelves and pull resources out of the warehouse. That is the other issue. No queue? Your people must be walking somewhere that they can't get food to. Like, do you have a house where it says they can't find food? That's the question. Because if you have the building, then it's easy to pinpoint. Because then you can just see if you find someone who wants to get food and follow them around and see where they're walking to. And maybe you log out and find the person who actually won't get food that day. All of them say that as soon as they stop the shipyard. Well, then try it with like the people walking. Like during their free time, they will try and walk to get food. If they stay at their home, they don't have a food storage at their place. Shouldn't have anything to do with a workplace, but you can follow the people around and then figure out what's wrong. Did everyone I ever watched get food? I tried 100 times. Well, then you have to send in a bug report then, because I don't know what's going on. There's a report page on the Soviet Republic website. He wants 1.5 kilograms of meat. Who eats like that? He doesn't eat 1.5 kilograms of meat in one session. He puts 1.5 kilograms of meat in his freezer to feed his family. There's more than one mouth to feed in a family usually. It makes no sense that as soon as a shipyard is shut down, they're able to get food. Yeah, but like I said, I've never heard or seen anything like that. So either the official, like MegaMonkey was saying, either the official Workers and Resources Discord with like some screenshot examples, the save game, or a bug report via the official website. Hospitals don't dump hazard waste into mixed bins? No, they don't. Why would they? Is hazardous waste a mixed bin? They dump it into unassigned bins from the transfer storages, I think. So these ones can take the storage of hazardous waste because they're unassigned. But these ones are dedicated mixed waste bins, so you will have to assign a couple to take hazardous waste. I think I have a command for that, I don't remember. Let me check. Winner Discord, maybe? Yeah, there you go. Helpful. You're welcome. Sounds really interesting. I would like to take a look at it, but yeah, I think the official forum is Discord is probably a better choice for that. Actually making progress towards the megacity now. This is the halfway point. Once this is set up and we have built our bridge and tunnel, then it's going to be off to the second part, which would be the unloading platform for the workers who actually are supposed to build the settlement. And from there we have to see how we get them there. 2 bridges across the river is what will be needed at the very least. Terraforming. We also have to start bringing resources here. I think I should build up the area for the distribution offices that will supply the city initially. But then again, we could also just have a warehouse with a train platform. Probably a factory connection. Then we can hook up a warehouse to it and a meat storage, and that's like the most important things for the city. Some distribution office vehicles are probably still needed. So many choices. Way too many choices to make, yeah. It's June, population is recovering a bit. But yeah, the orphanages are full. Let's allow people with a higher loyalty moving into other places. Basic education, high loyalty. It might be... No, there's still room for them. Never mind. Everyone should have room to move in somewhere. I hope the population growth has stabilized with this. Hopefully it wasn't me bringing in the migrants that gave us a stable population through winter. I hope this worked. Happiness is really high. I expect the population growth to match. If we can't get back to the level that we were previously, then it's not going to be sustainable. And then we're back to medical university. Why are the orphanages so poorly staffed? Smallest orphanages are annoying like that, yeah. I think it's the walking distance for workers basically, because they have to walk from this side or this side all the way to the orphanages. I think having them as close as possible to residential buildings would be the best. But yeah, this is lowering our population growth too. We did double it for maintaining 30 instead of 60 instead of 30 orphans now. But yeah, I don't want to build an infinite amount of these small orphanages. I hope the population is going to increase. I really do. Our higher educated worker count seems to have like dropped a bit. Gotta keep an eye on that. That's dangerous. Basic education is still going up. Huge amount of children, and then it came back down to normal levels. You also work in the orphanages. Make sure the buildings are fully staffed, please. Used to get constant warning notifications about the small ones being understaffed, yeah. Because as soon as they have more room for more children, they basically fill up to that amount, and then any worker leaving is going to create the message. Which is really annoying. I wish they would work like prisons where they had like a fixed amount of workers to... like wardens to slots. So you can only manipulate the amount of wardens, but it will take... Well, it would also be nice to just modify this slot amount, I guess. But I guess they don't want that. Looks like the road demolition here is done. Okay, this is the road we're gonna have. Everything else will hook up to it. Make a nice smooth corner here later on, but yeah, this should be traversable when there's trains going into and out of the customs house. No train will wait on this block. And if at some point it becomes too much, then we could theoretically build a bridge, but by that point the city should already be obsolete, hopefully. I'll have to flatten the terrain up here. Train line. I'll also have to move the bus stops there in the way somewhat. I mean, maybe we have to move them further out, but not on the area where the train line will have to be planned. That's just gonna get in the way. Once we have a decent amount of workers here, this terraforming should hopefully work not too slowly. But yes, I would like to have a lot of workers here. We're going to set this to any other building. And then we can just keep adding bus platforms. What's going on? Did I mess up the road some? Oh, yeah, sure. Yep. There you go. Why are you still going to the customs house? You're a direct route. You're obsolete now. You can go into a storage. As can you. I don't know what the third question mark was, but I'm sure it's important. Biological waste wagon. Okay, no, that's fine. That works. We got like 5 months for the population growth to kick in. Let's hope it's gonna be enough. Health is improving. If not, we'll need the medical university, I guess. Apparently some students moved in here with not enough loyalty anymore. For some reason their loyalty dropped. I know they can't study. They might just be still in here from previously. I'm gonna put it back to 45%. See if we can resolve it for them. Some houses have to be outside of range of the pollution chaos. Building residential buildings right between the heating plants makes this area heavily polluted. Right now they're recovering. But yeah, this area between those two heating plants here, these 4 buildings, very much polluted. This one is okay. These 4, not so much. I mean, it's okay right now. During winter, these ones will also be affected, of course. Look at that. 2 fire trucks. Suddenly the progress of fire is massively speeding up for some reason. Why is that? Explanation game. Why did you suddenly have a progress of fire speed increase so drastically? That was weird. First fire truck, fine. Second fire truck shows up. Suddenly the fire goes up to 50%. Made the fire more dramatic, I guess. But still kind of strange behavior, I think. Okay, now population growth should be going up. Is it gonna go over the amount? This one started to decline in November. We got 4 months to breach this height, and if it does, then yes, it's sustainable. If it doesn't, we have a slow population decline. But I also built more housing up here for people outside of an area of large pollution, so hopefully they will be able to maintain things a little bit better. They do need a kindergarten though. And the more stuff I build, the more pollution we're also creating, because the heating plant will have to heat more buildings. Does the orphanage just need a waste storage? No, they're fine. This building might, however, need one. Which would be fine. If we have monuments that make up more percentage amount of the loyalty gain, we can even counteract the loyalty drop inside the orphanage. So the orphans would then release with like 35 to 40% loyalty. So we do need to build some monuments here to counteract the loyalty drop. Doesn't have to be too much. 5% is sufficient. They already get 2.8% from this one. Another 3.4 would put them at 5.2%. So we can, in theory, make these orphanages loyalty positive, but only up to 35 to 40%, depending on their affiliation towards loyalty, I guess. But yeah. That was the other thing we found out in the loyalty test. Loyalty negative orphanages can be counteracted. Drop another one of these in, and suddenly these orphanages are going to release their orphans with Probably around 30 loyalty, because before they release they will have one last loyalty drop from the orphanage itself. But the loyalty can then tick upwards while they're staying in the orphanage. This would reduce the loyalty drop that the orphans are experiencing, and they will go back to like over 30%. Which would be quite handy. It would not help with orphans who are at 50% or 40% are now starting to drop. The most they can gain is 40%. The 45%ers get out of here? Looks like they did. Alright, we can bring the loyalty requirement back to 50. The other ones are gone. It says one student unable to study. There's one, 44%. Babolina, Lerka, Urivna. Well, one person is fine. They're just gonna stay a student forever. It's fine. It's July. Population growth is looking very good. We've almost reached 1,700 again. If that keeps going. Some vehicles are without fuel. What do you mean? Oh, it's the road crane. That one is without fuel, I guess. Yeah, everything's fine. Let's do a quick check at our buildings, see if anything's over the wear and tear rate of 40%. Nothing is. Vehicles? Nope. I mean, we have some of them which are over their wear and tear rate, which are supposed to repair at 20%. But I guess they're very busy right now. Wait, what? Why are you importing food? No food. No clothing. Why did you have that as an assignment again? We're making our own food. Clothing gets imported here. Stop importing that from the border. No mechanical or electronic components either. No fabric, no alcohol, no chemicals, no crops. Plastic, explosives and livestock are the only thing we might need from the border. Everything else we can pick up from this warehouse. The food warehouse with alcohol. Or the meat storage. Okay. That's why we're losing some money, I guess. They were importing food. Not that much. But still. Should not have any food imports. We're making enough food ourselves. Looks like we're almost at the train platform. I'm gonna go get the passenger train. It's gonna be a Prussian locomotive. We'll have to take out an increased loan to pay for it. It's not gonna be as cheap as a BR-80 train. 115,000 just for the locomotive. And then a passenger wagon as well. And we'll take the earliest passenger wagon we can, which is the 2-axle. 65 passengers. We'll probably need more than one in the future, but right now one is going to be enough. Rail construction is not going to stop yet, because there's a bunch more things we need to build. Double tracking from the passenger platform all the way to the train platform, the first one. But during that time we should be able to bring the passenger train with some passengers forward and see if we can run there. And how much time it takes for the passengers, because they might have to unload and reload on that stop regularly. Will year 1900 give another research point? Yes, every 10 years up to the year of 1980, which is the last one that gives you a research point. I think 1990 was the first one that doesn't, because that's when the reunification happened and the Soviet Union was gone. Let's check. Up to 1980, exactly. Yep. Resource map? No. We don't need resources. We will import raw resources and turn them into finished products. Next research point is Soviet functionalism. The one after that is steel mill for our city center. Maybe steel mill first, because I need to plan the city around that. Iron or coal mines, you sure? Would be much cheaper. We will not have the workforce in the beginning. And the steel production inside the city is going to be a lot more efficient than trying to push out towards a iron or coal mine. It's something that we can upgrade towards after the steel mill is running to reduce the cost on imported resources, while also bringing a ton of workers outside of the city. But I don't expect the megacity to suddenly have like 10,000 people. We'll first have to make a stable settlement, and the steel mill would be the way to soak up all of the workers to get some productivity out of the settlement while we're making some experiments with the pollution. Our population is going down drastically. What's going on? What did I miss? Neo Contra was distracting me. What did I miss? We're having a waste death spiral. Because you unassigned yourself from the source when it was disconnected for a brief moment. You bastard. Oh god, the population. No. Calming a distraction route. Yes. Well, I guess this year is not going to be a good year to check. Because our technical services unassigned themselves from where they were supposed to deliver waste to. After the road got briefly disconnected. So now these waste storages are creating a lot of pollution together with the other stuff around, and that pollution kills pretty quickly. Which is weird, the way it behaves, but that's how it does it, I guess. You two, come on. Hazardous, mixed. I did have more waste wagons. There we go. Go forth and save the people. Oh, it's gonna be such a bad winter then. If we're already struggling for health right now. Yeah, the MegaCity is gonna have a lot of failure points, I guess. Which is gonna make it pretty interesting. And painful. Oh, you still had waste in your cargo, jeez. Alright. Once the orange waste storages don't have any waste anymore, it should hopefully calm down. I only thought this would happen when it's like at red, but I guess they're also spewing waste when they're at yellow already, not orange. That's pretty bad. Health risk. People are dying right away. Life expectancy below 60 and dropping. This, I guess, on top of the... Okay, how is it looking like with, if I look for pollution with a water well? It's only yellow, but yeah, it's really deadly. On top of, like, air pollution. Come on, technical services. Save the people. I'm gonna have to get more migrants in. Higher educated, basic education. No, education is fine because that's all children. But yeah, our adult workers are basically dying like flies. Hello, Hank. Welcome. Three more waste storages, come on, you can do it. Why is the pollution so deadly? Like, what the hell? The waste storages are... I don't know. That's gonna be such a pain point for the settlement. I might have to have incinerators in the city that they can deliver to just to make sure none of the waste storages have any amount of overflowing waste ever. I don't know why that one kills so quickly. Oh god, it's still dropping. Down to 23% higher educated workers. Put the checkbox back on. Get the people through the education system quickly, like focus on people getting them through quickly rather than a broad spectrum at a reasonable rate. Come on, technical services, like, what's going on? found out that my workers, as soon when they get food and plus one other need, like church for example, are not able to get food because they can't handle both in time. Any tips? Usually they should go for food first. I don't know what you're trying to do. Do they have to travel to the food supply by metro or something? They have a limited amount of travel time. But if they're inside a vehicle, it shouldn't count against their travel time, so I don't know what's going on. But I guess you posted it on the Discord then and already got feedback. Jesus Christ, population, come on, stop dropping. Why is this so freaking bad? Oh god. Don't tell me it's this police station. There's no technical services that gets over here, I guess. Well, I haven't driven here yet. They should be able to get to this point. This one doesn't have a waste storage, I guess. They go to church first, then go to a sub, and then they don't have enough free time to get to food. Well, then I would disable the church, I guess. Because we're a Soviet Republic, which is not encouraging the use of church anyway. Or you need to build your food delivery right next to the church, I guess. Have a shopping center next to the church would be another alternative. Like a grocer, for example. Weird that it happens when you activate your shipbuilding, though. No idea. Maybe then the train is overfilled. It's not only churches every time they use something else than only food. They should walk to get food first. They shouldn't, like, any person I select anywhere, they will always go and get food first. Their free time ticks down, they have 16 hours, food is the most important thing. Maybe a doctor's visit could be earlier than that, but food is the first thing they try and get. Anyone really. You already got food. Got food. Going alcohol. Yeah, yours take always food last. I wonder if you have mods then, because that is not normal behavior. Don't know if it's because they need to get on a sub for food or what. Or maybe if food isn't in walking distance, they... No, I don't think so. I think they would walk to a stop first. I guess I haven't played with subways in a while, so I don't actually know. But I think they would always go and look for food first. The problem is that they go to a station and wait for a bus that takes them to the non-food demand, so if there's no food in walking distance, it gives problems. Seen it before, where there are a lot of people waiting on the station for church and not get picked up. I mean, if they get on a train or a bus or a subway, they should only get off of the train, bus or subway if the station actually can fulfill the demand. Unless you force unload them with the transfer command, then they load and unload how you decided. Maybe you're using too many transfer commands and are moving people by force. Well, if they're not waiting on any spots they shouldn't, have you followed a person where they spend most of their time? Like, if they get on the... If they walk to... I mean, if the The clothing store is right next to them. They shouldn't spend that much time getting food. Because if they wait an hour on a bus platform, it takes a lot more free time for them normally. Like you can see, this is like 40 minutes 53. So if this is at 50 minutes, we're expecting like 15 hours and 3 minutes, but it's way more than that. It's already past that point. So these times also don't match. It's usually easier to just put daily amenities next to each other. I mean, the shopping center provides all daily amenities. Alcohol shouldn't be a daily amenity, but yeah. Oh god, this winter is gonna be horrible. And I really have to pay attention to making sure there's no issues with the sewage and make sure there's no issues with the waste in the MegaCity. Why is the waste so deadly? I don't understand. Church, for example, is right next to the house. To fill his needs, he spent 13 hours out of 16 free time at the church. Well, if he spends 13 hours out of 16 hours at the church, then the only way to solve it is to disable church, because I guess his church addiction is too high. Just turn off the church. If he only has 3 hours to get food, because he's too religious, either you build food right next to the church, so he doesn't have to get on the subway, or you turn off the church. That's the only two options now. You can't make them go 13 hours to the church and then not have food nearby. Well, if your people get food last, then I would make a bug report again, because that's not the way it should be. Maybe people going to church behave differently. They should get food first, but I have no experience with people going to church, because I usually play on empty maps that don't have any churches. It's not supposed to behave like that. Why is there no horse crane here? Oh, because it's not assigning itself anymore. Where is it? No, it is supposed to assign itself, but the distance got reset, I guess. Because it was assigning itself to the train platform and sending out workers to it. I've never had the situation where people wouldn't get food as one of their first item. Like I said, any citizen I click is gonna go get food first. If this order is different for you, maybe you have a mod that changes it. Or maybe the behavior of religious citizens is different. But that would be news to me. I don't know. I always go and get food first. Even walking past the shopping center to a grocer, because a grocer is more efficient at providing food. Because the citizen didn't want clothing, so a grocer was enough. All needs met, teleports back home, done for the day. That person was visiting the doctor after getting food. Someone needs to fulfill their praying demand. They're walking to an attraction building to get rid of that one. Apparently we don't have enough workers in here, so you're not gonna get that done in time, I guess. Maybe? There we go. A little bit of attraction, I guess. Looks like we don't have enough workers in these buildings sometimes. Notice sometimes randomly a group of civs will say they couldn't get food even though it is provided, but if they don't get food needed 100%, they immediately go to satisfy it again. Doesn't really do much. It does drop their loyalty. That's what I've learned. Lack of food and lack of meat and lack of clothing will drop loyalty pretty quickly. Food and meat immediately, every time they couldn't get it. Clothing takes a couple times, but it drops it also pretty quickly. But yeah, every time they couldn't get food or meat, your loyalty of that citizen will drop when it's lacking. Oh god, this winter is gonna be horrible. We're down to 1,400 citizens. I might have to get some migrants. I thought happiness drop loyalty. No. From my testing, happiness drops don't drop loyalty except for food and meat. They will always drop loyalty. And when they are subjected to crime happening at their workplace. Or like their place where they're staying, like home, workplace, bus stop, etc. If a crime is committed at a bus stop, every person in that bus stop will have their happiness drop by a bit. And the people directly affected by the crime will have their loyalty drop, and maybe their health. But from my testing, it's not loyalty that goes down for most things. Lack of electronics will drop happiness, not loyalty. Now once the happiness gets down to like really low numbers, then loyalty might be affected, but up to 30% it should be fine. Once you're like down to 30% happiness, you might have other issues with those people anyway. Well, it's gonna be a bad year for the population. There are some people starving here too. Where could they be? Oh, they're probably like inside the grocer sometimes. They should always get their food though. There's a couple queues every now and then, but that's only because we ran out of population, because these buildings got somewhat depopulated during the last health crisis. I actually really like the new tiny heat plant for police fire stations at the industrial parks. Yeah, but for early start police station and hospital, police fire station, you don't need heating plants anyway. I mean, for fire stations you don't need heating plants in general, even with the small modern one. These ones don't need heating at all. Only the large ones need heating. The small one doesn't. And the early start horse carriage police station doesn't need heating either. And the clinic doesn't need heating either with horse carriages. I like using the small heating plant for tiny villages of like slightly over 200 people. 200 workers. Lots of unemployment due to small children. Not enough people are working in here. Why not? Why you not work in the kindergarten? That's so silly. Kindergarten death spiral incoming. We dropped 200 citizens and 67 people can't work right now because they don't have anywhere to drop their children off. That's unacceptable. Passenger train. We're going to see how much time the passengers have left after they get to the first train platform. And do a test run. If they only take 1.5 hours to get there, we can get to the megacity without using the intermediate bus platform. If they take close to 2 hours or longer, then we will have to make an intermediate stop. Are train cars permitted? Trains and train cars are permitted, yeah. Or what do you mean permitted? Since I'm not using any modded trains, I'm using trains of around the 1910s, 20s, and the earliest train cars for each area. So this is the earliest passenger train car. Motor cars. Oh, they're also allowed, yeah. They're even older, but they're slower, and I didn't want to use them. I need speed. How do I get from the depot to the train platform? Guess that will work. Platform, unload, end station. Oh, we're gonna start with the end station anyway. End station, platform, and so on. I need to add the end station. Not in the test route right now, but I'll do it still. Passenger platform. And then we're gonna go back to the depot for the first route. We'll have to follow it while it's running. But first we'll have to build the track. Where's the rail construction vehicle? This track is done. Train platform is hooked up. Now we need to build this one, pretty much. No fuel for track construction train sets. No coal. Right, I said I would deliver that by distribution office, and then I forgot. Could have also delivered it by train, I guess. Unassign that one. This way. Yeah, build towards this platform, build that track, and that should hook everything up where we can, after both of these are done, run the train the way we want to. Shouldn't take too long for some coal to get up here. Could have the coal distribution inside the settlement too, picking it up from one of the storages. That was really unfortunate. Down to 74% health. Just because some waste storages were overflowing slightly. Yeah, this I might have to get some migrants to keep the population growth high. I mean, right now the school is full, so children are still on the way. University is looking alright. It's just a reduced population count, I guess. Should be alright. Aren't you supposed to wait until unloaded for steel? You're wasting coal, man. If the happiness is high and the loyalty is at least 37-ish, maybe we could also let them study? I don't know. Right now the university is already busy with enough students. Most of them inside the student hall. Well, at least the waste got carried away, but yeah. I wonder what overflowing waste storages do. Maybe they reduce the health of people really quickly. I thought it would only have an effect when they're red, but apparently if they're yellow, they're also doing the same thing. Unless it was the police station. If this thing was creating like the health crisis with the heating plant together, that would have been funny. Then this one was overflowing and just producing additional pollution to the heating plant. I might have to increase sentences again. Disloyal people for higher education get imprisoned. They need to stay in here until they're over 50% loyal. Okay, now you're waiting, finally. Truck builder got some coal. It'll be able to coal a lot more once it comes back. Delivery of resources is now totally fine. And yeah, I could have another train car on this train to also deliver coal into the rail construction office, I guess. But it's fine this way. Slower rail construction reduces our expenses a bit. Okay, it's November. I don't think our health can go down any further than previously, so it's probably gonna keep going up. Well, the life expectancy will drop to 60 near like December or January once the heating plants have run full. But I guess we're still recovering from the excess health drop from the waste storages. Yeah, I mean, cleaning cities, I guess, is going to be really important. And a local incinerator, while it is very polluting if it is running at full tilt, could make sure that we collect all the waste, incinerate it down to a small amount, and then carry it away from there instead. So they don't have to bring it to like a customs house or somewhere. We do have to do that anyway. It's we have to reduce the amount of waste being transported. The city itself will produce metal scrap as waste from the hazardous waste. If we burn this down, it's going to be 10% metal. So the waste itself we can bring outside the city afterwards, after it has been incinerated, and then let it rot until the ash goes away and it's just metal scrap, and then the metal scrap I guess would have to go to the border. There's the population drop. Small children still. Well, we were trying to build another kindergarten to make that a non-issue, but... Oh, these houses are not in range of a kindergarten right now. I guess, yeah, they're gonna have a complaint for now. That's sure, that's fine. Speed up the kindergarten construction, please. That's a bunch of loyal people that I just told to work in the groundwork construction of a kindergarten. Only 36 though. The city will rely heavily on buffer storages. very few bridges and tunnels inside the city where train tracks like go under or above roads. Don't think that makes a lot of sense early start wise. Well, I'm not going to get any migrants. We'll see if the population recovers. I mean, it dropped a lot from the health issue. More than the previous time when we didn't have orphanages, 280 people. Let's say 300. All the workers were affected, but not the children. Children are fine. Children don't care about overflowing waste storages, I guess. Where's the secret police? It's running a bit low on workers. Could affect our loyalty gain. Because this house has unknown loyalty, that's why I'm wondering. Okay, unassign the building again. We're getting workers delivered from the bus platform. Send your higher educated workers elsewhere. But we do need that kindergarten. Apparently this one wasn't the issue. New residential building. Again, could fill it with some migrants. But no, I'll wait until through winter now, see if we can. I mean, we're not going to recover up to this point, right? It's like 300 citizens. We had our first health drop, got migrants. Then we almost reached to where we needed to before we had our waste catastrophe. Well, it's not affecting our progress towards the MegaCity, I guess, but it is affecting our planning a bit, I guess. And I need to send out the train here as soon as the rail construction is done to see if we can get there or not. I don't know if we need that line. Trains go in, you do your trip, and then you come back on the same track. I guess this line is for vehicles who want to... I don't know. What is that line for? It's only for the rail construction vehicle, I guess. Shouldn't be used by any of the other trains. Instead of that, I could build a switch here, making all tracks accessible. Or maybe on this side. I mean, we might need one on this end if we want vehicles to deliver passengers here for one final trip and then go to the depot, because then they need to be able to go on to the other side. But a switch would solve that as well. One more delivery of concrete. We'll get our kindergarten. Then hopefully the buildings up here will have no issues with no access to kindergarten. Waste transportation scares me. I will need technical services everywhere. But there are horse versions of it, so it's probably gonna be fine. I think. A lot of the settlement's going to be made up of orphanages just to keep the population growth high. Because health crisis will be unavoidable, I'm pretty sure. They'll have to be in areas that are not as polluted. And maybe then they can be used for loyalty gain. Although I think they're always going to be chock full of orphans, and we'll be lucky to get a crime drop consistently. That'll be the main purpose. Crime drop. And maybe a little bit of happiness and culture enjoyment and sports enjoyment. Health is going up, but life expectancy is going down, so I assume overflowing waste storages kill the health off really quickly for people that are affected. .58 and dropping. Okay, population is currently not dropping, so lack of health maybe has killed off a lot of the older population, and by older I mean like 50 years or older. So we're not experiencing another massive population decline. Maybe it's stable then. Maybe we're going to come out of winter with no additional population drop, and then can heal again. Train platform connection, the line going through, and the end station. We can run it on the same line for now, back and forth, until we have a double tracked. Meaning that the construction train is also going to be out of the way of the passenger train. They'll need the ability to switch tracks here somehow once we want to run them single tracked, like bidirectional. Each direction having their own dedicated lane. Wait, worker ping-pong can go above 5 hours? Yes. It can go indefinitely. It can go hundreds of hours. There's no limit. So you better, if there's too many people waiting at the platform, you better pick them up and bring them back, I guess. That's how I balance a worker ping pong. You have 800 workers ping ponging now. That should keep the area well supplied with workers, I guess, but you might want to reduce the amount by picking up some workers if it's like too full. So if you have like a worker ping pong between platforms, you can start loading workers at one platform to keep it at a reasonable level. On the return trip, bringing them back to a settlement. Classic station worker loop, indeed. I hooked you up to the wrong water pump. Did I? No. Because you have 100% quality water. Can we purify water by running it through a rail construction office and then just loading it from here? Does that work? It's not working for the coaling station, which is hooked up from the same pump. But the rail construction office turns it into 100% quality. I think it's because otherwise the people drinking water from this building would probably have polluted water. Well, that's interesting. Because if we can load water from this, it's basically clean water, isn't it? I don't know if you can put a technical service to pick up water from this, but if you could purify water with no chemicals, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Let's see if we can load water from the rail construction office. I'm interested. Does it work or does it not? Why is it an unloading command now? So weird. Can't even turn that off. Mega told me at some point when the load-unload commands start showing up in orders you didn't want them to, but I forgot. Well, if we get clean water out of a rail construction office... Can you transfer water in a cargo train station to another water carriage? I don't think the building a large rail or like a medium rail construction office to treat water is gonna catch on, but it would be nice to know. Please don't bug the game. Oh, you're way too late for that statement. Oh, we don't get water out of the rail construction office. They thought of everything. Ah well. Looks like we can't use it as a water purification then. Population is growing in the middle of winter, so it has stabilized with the current pollution rate apparently. Unless, of course, we run into a heating crisis where not enough workers go to the heating plants. Okay, you can go anywhere again. I'm sure you're gonna balance the kindergarten based on our needs, it's fine. We're not gonna go back up to 9% unemployment because of small children, I'm sure of it. And by that I mean they're gonna understaff the kindergarten, leading to a lot of unemployment, which leads to more people not being able to work, which leads to fewer workers in the kindergarten, and so on. But maybe they'll get it sorted. Higher education 25%, that's going up again. We have a nice stable 50% plus loyalty loop, which feeds back into the education system. And every now and then someone goes to prison with a higher education and then gets released with, hopefully, a lot more loyalty. So the only thing now that we need is the connection to the end station. And then the construction train can do whatever it wants. Which means basically build the rest of the track. I'm gonna remove the end station and get the train running. So first trip we can do without the end station. Don't have to wait for the construction train to get here. Hello, Lucky Leader. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How did your rest of workers' resources go? Hope you had fun. Let me close the tab. Oh, I can still see the stream. I see the Republic. I see the farms. You're saving the game right now. You're not done playing. I'm sorry. Okay, now you're done. Alright. Because I'm using a Twitch extension now where it doesn't automatically shift me over to the raids anymore. Only the chat changes, but the stream still keeps on going. Hello, Precascent. Lucky raid indeed. Hello, again. Can raid with the stream still on? Yeah. I mean, it doesn't kill your stream if you're raiding. It just moves all the people over. But you could keep going, basically. Go back to the train depot. We actually need some people waiting here. Otherwise, the test is gonna be not useful at all. Normally hit stop right away. I couldn't remember if I saved. I do that too, yeah. But yeah, welcome Raiders, I'm the SpriteRoid. We're also playing Workers and Resources. Our goal is to try and build a MegaCity. If you've seen MegaCity 1, maybe you know what to expect. MegaCity is supposed to start at the center of the map, which is about here. We're currently building rail construction and our first couple buildings to support that. First train platform to do an experiment on how far we can transport workers to. And this will also provide an intermediate stop so we can basically deliver workers all the way to the center if it isn't long enough. And now we're going to test and see how far we can transport workers from the train platform in those 4 hours of travel time. If they don't make it, then I need another platform in between, but it should be possible. Decided to outdo Microsoft by skipping 2 to 18, just went straight for 19. Well, it was supposed to be MegaCity 19 because of 19th century settlement. That's when the run started. And MegaCity 1 that succeeded was the second MegaCity 1 attempt. MegaCity 1 being a hint towards Judge Dredd. You don't want to know what happened to City 17. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Okay, it's good that we have the intermediate stop because we're arriving here with like only 2 hours left of our travel distance. So in the future we will do the intermediate stop, making sure that the passengers can actually arrive in the city. We could have gone way further, but our people would have not liked it. And now we got some of our people locked in here forever and ever. there a steam rail bus? Yes. Only goes 50 kilometers an hour though. Oh, a steam rail bus? Yeah, steam rail bus. That one exists, yes. But it only goes 50. This next city is gonna be called MegaCity ME. No, definitely not. So this was 2 hours. We'll do an unload load again. Also to make sure that if there's like maintenance needed on the train platform, we might need a construction office to bring workers here that way. The construction offices are probably going to get it done without any help, but I'm not sure. But good first test, I guess. So that will work. Now we can bring workers to this platform and start terraforming. I want to switch the train track over to the left side, which means I want to elevate this and have the train track go underneath a road bridge. A brick road bridge, ideally. Sorry, in Soviet Republic it's called MegaCity WE. Oh god. MegaCity WE. 4 iterations we'll get MegaCity 6, 7? No. That's not going to be a thing. Unless there's a reason to start in 67, which doesn't even exist as a starting date, but we could make it one. With the Time Master mod, you can start whenever you want, I guess. Mr. Crash because the food wasn't compatible with the comrades. Yeah, food incompatibility is a very serious health issue. We had a pollution issue. Population dropped by 300 citizens. Thankfully, it dropped so much that the winter doesn't cause any additional health crisis and we're slowly recovering population now. Even with the heating plants being in the city basically, and the life expectancy in this building being 60, it's fine. Population growth is back on track. We'll make it work. Does require orphanages though, but that's fine. Can spend the time getting stuff to an intermediate storage for the bridge construction with the free storages. I'll have the construction officers bring the resources by road. That's fine. It's only 3 kilometers. Resource deliveries are not that. I'm not that stressed about. Plus, concrete and asphalt are going to be like the main, or like concrete and I don't know if the brick bridge needs asphalt. But the concrete deliveries are going to make up some amount. It does need asphalt too. Concrete and asphalt we can't bring over here. The bricks are going to be numerous. But yeah, I think I have time. Why didn't I start in 1867? That's awesome. Next game. Yeah, next game. 1850 probably next game. I need to keep bringing more workers here so we can terraform. And now we can bring our own workers here instead of foreign workers. We do have the end station connected. I'll have to adjust the line again. What do I mean not suitable? What? Why does the train not want to go? Now it wants to. That was strange. Sure. Alright. We'll start to get an Ancient Giants mod and start in 6000 BC. I think you can do that, and I think horses would still be available. Before Comrade, that is. BC. That is so stupid, I like it. Oh my god. I love it. That's a good joke. Alright, construction train's gotta make room. It's gonna take a while before our passenger train can keep running again. But then we can start bringing some workers there until we are done with like terraforming, and then either we bring them back or just let them go into unemployment for a bit. So this road's supposed to have a slight curve down the hill. Maybe go straight, but yeah, there's supposed to be a gap here with the train track going underneath. And I would like to have more workers here so terraforming is faster. It's gonna be some use for the workers. Yeah, population decline is not happening. We killed off so many people that the other ones are all young enough to not be affected by the winter right now. Which is kinda handy. Would 1917 be the year 0 or 1 for AC after Comrade? I don't know. Was it already during the Civil War? Could you argue that Comrade started existing earlier? Or was it only through the Civil War that... I don't know. That's way too philosophical. I don't think we can have that discussion right now. But yeah, getting back on track, no pun intended, we're building this auxiliary settlement to try and feed workers into building towards the megacity, and then building the megacity ourselves. Once the megacity at the center of the map has exceeded the amount of population of the auxiliary settlement is basically going to go away, and we'll just run the settlement in the city center. We've started playing in 1880, we've spent 15 years on this settlement, and we're also experimenting with like how to make a city run while in the middle of a bunch of pollution. Which is a good experiment because my first industry inside the megacity is probably going to be a steel mill. Can't really have Eastern Connection much before 1920. Is there a bigger train builder soon? This is already the biggest train builder we can get. This takes a while to run out of resources. It builds very, very efficiently. Alright, passenger train, do your thing. Gonna have to wait for this to move out of the way, I guess. Has lots of storage cars. First one ran out of track so fast. Yeah, those still exist. This is a BR80 track builder long with a ton of storage capacity. Works really well. So this basically puts us as halfway for the train track before we can start building the megacity. I could also build the track just normally, but I think having like the crossover point... I mean, this road is not going to be used much at all, but I still like the idea of having a bridge over it, just for aesthetics purposes. I think it would look nice, and that seems like a good enough reason for anything in this game. Or road or train bridge, faster, cheaper, internal cheapest. I'm gonna build a road bridge, double road bridge. With a small gap for the train tracks. Since it can be the shortest. I think road bridge is gonna be really short too. Plus we can wait with the road bridge while the train track is already getting laid. Tunnel will take a while without a tunnel boring machine. But it would be pretty short, that's true. Alright, I think we can keep going. But yeah, since we can't really transport workers with horse carriages all the way to the megacity's construction site, we need a train track all the way to deliver the workers to the area, to build up an initial tiny settlement to have a workforce live there. And I think it's going to be a small heating plant with a single house and a small shopping center in an area that will allow us to have some people living there, to provide a local workforce. But then again, I might also, yeah, I might use that to then build up like the storages for open hull materials and gravel. But I would like to set up a large heating plant fairly quickly. I guess on the return trip you could bring excess workers back home, but right now I need all of them for terraforming. Waiting here since 21 hours. That's fine. We'll get to work eventually. I need a large enough amount of workers to do the terraforming with in a sensible manner. Yep, happy about the population dip not pulling us down further. I guess we're going to stabilize. I hope the monuments can keep up with the loyalty drop. We're over 6% now, way over 6%. Hopefully they can make that work. Maybe I should wait with the crossing the whole train tracks over the road thing. But if it's already in use, it would be kind of difficult to update later on. "43 meters. We need to be down by 10 or 12 meters at the very least. So this height here would be fine. That might be a very good use case for the mega bin trick then. Because flattening this with workers, I guess I can do it without. It's just gonna make a lot of noise all the time. So if we have the train track coming down here and going across, then we just push the bridge against, and then we'll have to elevate this to the same height as the area over here. But it should then be possible to get the train track underneath here. Well, the idea was to have a bridge like this, and then the train track would go underneath. So I guess I have to raise this the way it's supposed to be. Is there any other way where we can speed this up a bit? It must be green. If one of them is yellow, they are trying to flatten it this way. If all of them are green, it's going to flatten it properly. Is there a way where we can like twist it in a way to make that work more reliably? Like spearheading our way to the bridge construction, basically. What is the limit of workers on a terrain task? Here. $800 each meters. How many workers I need? I mean speed. I have no idea. I did not do the math on that. That seems very efficient. Sorry for the noise. So, road connection more to the right, I guess. It's not as soothing as a terraforming noise, is it? Ever did a run with manual terraforming? Manual terraforming? What do you mean manual? With the workers? We did that until now. Just here it's like, ugh, would take so long. I mean, it's all like a time thing. You can terraform whatever with a single worker, it just takes forever. Oh god, this noise. And then I have to raise this up to the same height as here. I've done manual terraforming a lot in Captain of Industry, for example. Slept off most of the stream, so I missed it. Yeah. It happens. Mouse clicking! Ah! God. Alright, this is almost good enough. So we can have the bridge appear somewhere here. This is a straight road. So from this point, I guess. Get an auto clicker. It will probably work really well with this, or just like binding left click onto the middle mouse button scrolling would also work. But yeah, if anything is yellow, it doesn't work. Any of the larger dots, I mean. That's why bulldozers were invented. Just because they got sick of this noise, I guess. Okay, we got ourselves an area here that we can use for the start of the bridge. It's also a nice, like, slope. It's very sharp. Very sharp. Now I have to increase the height of this one to 40 meters, 43 meters, and then we can have a bridge between them. And I don't need much of a gap in between. But to raise this, I need the bulldozer tool, like the digging tool, so I need more workers for that. Because it's just going to take quite a while. But it's good that at least this side is nice and smooth. So if we start off of this area, it's going to be somewhere here. We're looking for 43 meters. I don't know, clicking is easier to me than holding down the mouse button. This is not that much fun. Click spamming is annoying sound-wise, but holding down the mouse button is also quite annoying. Just keep bringing more people here, it's fine. All of the people waiting here basically are currently not doing any work inside the settlement, because they're like waiting for some work to show up. Which also means they don't go through free time and might not have any more children. Gotta keep an eye on our higher educated citizens, because that graph is not looking healthy. We're still at 24%. I mean, we might be able to use the mega bin trick for this purpose as well, because I can just say flatten this whole area and then keep raising it, right? There we go. Now make a tiny hill, and then we raise it. Make a tiny hill and we raise it. It's way too large of a gap for the bridge, but it's like I'm planning it once I can see the bridge go over. Because the bridge has to line up with the train tracks underneath. This is going to revolutionize the building in this game, because look at how smooth you can make things. I mean, it's only because it's like aligned with the grid pretty much. If it's not perfectly aligned with the grid, it's not going to be as smooth. But diagonals also should work somewhat well. I think this is going to actually open up a couple things. We're at 36 meters already. Oops. And by that point you might be like, why not just use the terrain editor? It's like, it's made for that kind of thing. Well, you know. We're trying to make things work with the in-game tools we have. And it's getting to an extreme now, I guess. This is working really well. Way better than anticipated. Look at how quickly we're raising this up. Already at 38 meters, 5 meters to go. I might have to make it wider because it's like collapsing on the edges now because it's so small. I kind of wish I could remove that click sound. But that's a thing, that's a self-made problem, I guess. So 38 to 43 meters, 5 meters to go. Doesn't even need to be that wide in the future, but I need some point to start off of. "41 meters, almost there." Now it's a mixture between the clicking, the annoying clicking sound and the soothing terraforming sound. So it's like it has a balance now. Okay, one more time. Alright, we're there. We got the elevation we need. And I didn't need that many workers after all. What's the end goal for this terrain? A bridge with a train track going in between. We have reached the height now that we wanted. Now we need the bridge. So to start with the bridge, it's going to be a brick bridge. And it needs to start somewhere here. I can't really line it up with the normal trick. I don't know if I can make it work cleanly. Basically the bridge has to start here. I guess I need it on a hotkey, so I don't have to move the mouse cursor to select it. That is the 8 key. Okay, that'll do. So it has to start here. I should probably be a little bit shorter. Use the measurement tool, maybe. Could also put in another corner here so it lines up with the terrain a little bit more. But yeah, it needs to be a little bit further to the left. And I think it needs to line up with the terrain. So we'll do something else. We'll make it line up with the terrain instead. Something like this. And make the road follow this demand instead. That looks fairly good. Then we can have the train tracks go one each arch way, I guess. Then this will have to hook up here. We haven't built the corner yet, so it's fine. Maybe... I mean, we could also get rid of this hill a little bit more. We got the tools. I don't want to flatten this too much. Plus, we have the train platform here, so it makes sense to have like a road straighten out past the train platform. Apparently, there's still a piece of road here. Straighten out past the train platform, make it parallel to the train platform, somewhere like this. And then it goes... Oh, that's not going to work. I don't want to shift everything to the left, I don't think. I'll do it that way. And then flatten this out. Make sure there's no hill underneath the road. Everything is nice and flat. And we got ourselves our road connection through the area up to the bridge, and then we can start bringing resources to the bridge. And if we want to, the workers... Well, we have to pick up the workers from the train platform here to bring them to the construction site of the bridge. And now the train platform doesn't have the same direction as the road anymore, but that's fine too. To pick up the workers from the train platform, we have to send them to a bus platform, but we can place a free bus platform here, I guess. Could also build a proper bus platform. Because if we ever have to pick up people from the area, it'll make sense to do that. Time to work. And we'll just have a free construction office here with some buses, horse carriages. That'll ferry workers onto construction sites. From that platform. In the beginning it's going to be a free bus stop, so we can make use of the workers while building the roads. So we'll have something like in walking distance here. can then transfer workers over to this platform, and from the platform back to the train platform. And a free construction office can pick up workers from this area and build out everything. Is that Comrade Hell you've created? What Comrade Hell? There's no Comrade Hell here. I'm just trying to set up a way to do construction work over there, because the horse carriages are not able to bring the workers to that location because it's too far away. So now they're going to be picked up by a construction office vehicle locally, and they can help build things up. That's how we continue with the road construction over here. Yeah. Yeah. I'll manage you. I'll manage you. Give me a second. There we go. What's going on here? There we go. Alright. Clear that building off of the hotbar and we're done. Constant queue, possible British heaven? Yes, I think so. English only, please. I can't translate and read Cyrillic on the fly. Okay, so we have our worker pickup. The resource delivery will happen by the construction office sector. They don't have any workers anymore, so the cranes can be on auto assign. And we'll just pick up workers from this area and build things up from here. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like English. Bless you. Thank you, I guess. Okay, we'll get the workers, the horse carriages delivered. I think we'll only let people go to this platform now. The other ones are available if there's no room. So this is like our buffer storage. This is the one that's like supposed to stay as full as possible. Workers from the train platform are now supposed to send all workers back out here. Bus stop 6 is the priority one. And now the train can run continuously, I guess, while we're doing construction work in the area. No more train depot necessary, you're just going to keep on running. In the meantime, we're building the double track, which is going to slow things down at the junction here for a bit, but it shouldn't really, because they can drive past each other. And yeah, this way we should be able to make our way to the bridge, which I still have to like lay out finally, because obviously it's not going to be on a hill like that. It'll probably slope down afterwards. Well, we'll see. We'll put down a proper platform for final, for the way it's supposed to look like final. Upgrade this, and we'll have our gravel road. And then here the road can slope down gently, but I also have to put the train track down so it doesn't suddenly spill all the material back into the middle of this. So the train track will go through the center of these, and I'll have like one per One per lane, I guess. Which hopefully goes through somewhat nicely. Bin trick attempt. That is way too large. I need a smaller bin trick. Perfect. Alright, and now it has to slope up to meet the train platform. That'll do. Then we can keep building the train tracks off of this side. And if we need to, we can have a junction here for sending trains, continuing to send trains in parallel, or we build like a train bridge in parallel to the road bridge. That would be the other option. Having a train bridge come across here. Which would make more sense, I guess. Only the pillars would behave I want them to. It's not going to be perfectly centered, but that's fine. We'll probably make the train bridge be close to the road bridge. Like that. That's going to look relatively nice. I think this will look a little bit better because it's not taking up as much space. And then we can build off of this plan. And if we need to, we don't have the room here for another turn. If a train coming from this side needs to actually go down here, what the hell am I doing? It's gonna figure itself out at the city. This is like a large-scale directional thing, just to go over the road without blocking it. If a train comes in from this side and suddenly wants to go back here to this side of the city, that's going to be handled near the city. There's no reason for that to be managed on this end, I don't think. small and large bins working in tandem to do the terraforming. Just as nature intended, I would say. So this train could stay low down, doesn't need to be elevated. I mean, the road is going to come down too, as well as the other train track. Just because you can, yeah. Is there ever going to be a need for me to do a right-hand turn here? I don't think so. Well, that almost works. Too steep. Yeah. No, I don't think so. Resource trains doesn't make sense, passenger train doesn't make sense. The way it's set up right now should be fine. Alright. Let's terraform this with a nice slope. I put the road there so it can't really change the height of that, but it'll keep adjusting the terrain adjacent to it. And this should be a nice gradual slope downhill. Which I guess we will need a bunch of workers for. Can I have it meet up on the other side of the bridge? Well, then I would have to cross the bridge, wouldn't I? I would have to cross the road. I don't want to do that. I wanted the train tracks to not come in contact with the roads here, just because it's like a visual, like, flare point, I guess. But yeah, we should be able to build the roads and bridges from here. Why are you not working? This one. Had the wrong platform assigned. Don't need a tighter inner turn. I don't understand. When we say other side, I'm thinking this side. Like bringing it back around here somewhere. That's other side for me. I could make this turn wider. But yeah, at some point the train tracks are gonna merge inside the megacity. It's just so we have 2 access points in the area. There's no real need for anything in this location, I guess, but we do have a train track heading this way. Other end of the bridge then. The road's gonna continue here, and I don't want the train track to go over the road. I could have another bridge with another, like, tunnel underneath, which I don't want. I'm confused, which is fine. We're not going to have enough workers to do the terraforming the normal way. Let's see. That's about the corner we want. Just need to fit the rail corner in here. And then we can terraform all the way around it. Somewhere this way, I guess. I need the bin. Need a bin. Precision terraforming. Okay, the rail join the same side of road, or the other end of the bridge. So it's mirrored. Same connection, never mind, not that important. Well, the rail is going to be on this side. The rail is either on this side of the road or on this side of the road. Here they're both on the same side. On this end they're going to be on opposite sides. So the only way for them to merge again would be for one of the train tracks to cross the road. Either via a bridge tunnel or just going directly over it. Oh god, don't narrow that one yet. I still need that. Yeah, how do we smoothen that one out to be a nice gentle slope downwards? Just a ton of workers, I guess. But hey, at least we're using workers to do road construction now in this area. The way we intended. By train delivery. And the resources are being brought by horse carriages, which is fine. We'll probably have to run more than one passenger train to like steady the throughput a bit more. More and more workers need to be brought over there. But right now, if we only have 10 workers waiting at the platform at any time, then the train loading workers will only load 10 workers at a time, which is going to be fairly low as well. You're not supposed to wait, you should be able to move. It's just because the other signal is also in the way. I need a signal at the platform. So they can run independently off of each other, because technically the train tracks here cross. And that's getting the passenger train confused. But now it's moving again. Still got 2 hours, should make it. Yeah, we might need a construction office here. Something to maintain the train platform. At least we'll have to check it, we'll have to test it if the current construction offices can maintain this. Resource deliveries by horse carriage also seems sufficient. They're spreading it out between 4 different road construction tasks right now. That's a nice steep slope. For the train track it's a bit steep, but narrow gauge, I guess. We'll just make everything narrow gauge. It's gonna be the solution to everything. And this would then merge again with a train track going alongside the road. So we have like one on the right side, one on the left side. And this one will also go into the city, just on the other side of the road. And both of them can then go to the customs house without ever blocking what's on the road. Which might be a ton of like horse carriages. Because I am tempted to set up those distribution offices and just have a massive amount of horse carriages running across those 4-lane roads. That would be really cool. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna work on the distribution offices now. Because that might also be distribution for construction materials. It doesn't just have to be citizen goods. Horse and carriage is fine, but more trains is better. Yeah, we will build towards trains, but in the beginning it's going to be horse carriages. It's also going to look nice. And the fuel consumption, the feed consumption shouldn't be too... From our testing they will only use at most 50% more than they consumed. So we shouldn't really have an issue with that. Let's make room here. Then we'll set up. I mean, the distribution offices can also all go here. If I want more construction offices, I would probably build another horse veterinary. Why is there such a lack of workers arriving here? Why don't you reach all— oh, because I modified the road. The workers can't get here anymore. Of course. Well, we gotta upgrade this. We gotta build a footpath connection to actually connect this back up again. Gotta get rid of these vehicle depots again, because they're in the way now. Well, one of them is. And then we get the footpath built through here, so that they can walk again to the horse veterinary. That looks about straight. And now it looks kind of weird and like not straight anymore at all. But it seems to be. Optical illusion? Kind of, sure. And then you can get back to the horse veterinary and can maintain vehicles again. After that footpath is done. And I guess we can set up more distribution offices on this end too. I don't know how many I want to build, but like something to supply a smaller settlement would make sense. Maybe a road connection through here to have like even more distribution offices supplied. If I build too many too far away from the fire station, they are at risk of burning down, but everything else seems to be relatively safe here. We'll have to bring in coal by distribution office already, and we'll have to bring in citizen goods. The food distribution might be a dedicated line that always runs, with assistance of the distribution office of course, but yeah, I guess we'll just throw the extra distribution offices over here. Open hull distribution. It's gonna be the first one. And then we'll probably build 2 for covered hull citizen goods here, and then I guess that's done. Then we have like a couple distribution offices to get things rolling. And for the food distribution, we will need a ton of horse carriages. I mean, they also have to run by distribution office. Otherwise, they're going to try and get fuel in this area, not over here. They can't refuel next to the MegaCity. Otherwise, crop distribution would be kind of painful. Unless we build a warehouse first and then run the crop distribution off of that, I guess. A warehouse construction is probably going to be one of the first things we'll build. And then off of that we can run the horse carriage supply. And it shouldn't be too bad. Maintenance Orc settlement. You're trying to help with the road construction, I guess. Do you make that? No. No, you don't. Well, at least our population is coming back. Good to see. Empire almost died because I was afraid of building railway and played only with trucks. My city was 3 kilometers away from customs. It's possible, but you need a very large volume of vehicles, yes. Can workers pass through to stop trains? Yes, they can. They just ignore past trains. Like, footpaths don't care about anything. And people walking on roads, going over rail crossings also don't care about that. Passengers are not stopped. Don't stop for anything. Good, got a kindergarten here. Excellent. Fewer unemployed people due to childcare. Road construction of the double tracking is making progress, but we are now building further along with our own workers. This took 15 years to get here, but I think we're now on track to build towards the megacity relatively quickly. Relatively. Still got to do the road construction and the rail construction. I think I'll build the track on the... How do I build the track? We gotta make a decision on how we arrive at the megacity. I was thinking either here, with the relatively high up platforms, allowing for a nice road and rail connection, curving into the megacity center. We had this side with the also elevated platforms, or a long bridge on this end, but I think a shorter bridge is probably more sensible. So either these two sides I'm thinking. Third option would be following the terrain somewhat and going over this with a bridge first before curving in and crossing over here, for example. But I think I'm very particular to this crossing, with the train track being on the left side, so we can have a road connection come out on the right end and accessing this island already. And the train track could curve left and use part of this island for, I don't know, resource storage or some other things. So the train would then come in here and slope downwards onto the island, with the road going across both river arms, and also having a left-hand turn into like a warehouse storage, for example. The road would keep like high up here. But the train track would also need to continue into the city itself, because we need coal delivery to the heating plant and so on. Well, we need people there first. I think that's what we're going to do. I mean, this would be easier because it's a lot more open, more space here. So more room to like maneuver. This would be kind of like right up against the other river arm here. I think we'll approach from this side probably. And then we have to build up in the center. Are you making profit money? We're making alcohol, which is a minor part of the profit. We're also producing our own food with imported crops, but the main way we're making money is this setup. where we're importing hazardous waste and burning it. Alcohol is 800,000 on the export side. Hazardous waste is 2.2 million on the import side. We're burning that and exporting the resulting waste. And that's making the majority of money for us right now to keep our nation afloat. I'm not trying to make as much money as possible. I'm trying to get to the MegaCity and then see if we can make something functional. So we put methods in place to give us a ton of money, because that's not the focus of the run right now. I will have to take a break soon to get some food. I'll have to think about that. And then in the afternoon, evening, I'll probably play something else. I mean, we had really good progress. Population is recovering without any migrants. So the health crisis seems to have stabilized. I think overall our population count will be lower, but it should still be going up. Seems like the settlement is resilient towards its own pollution now. Loyalty is still at 44%. Higher educated is just like holding steady and not really moving. That's like the only concerning part, I think. That one needs to keep going up at some point. But it's also doing a lot of filtering based on loyalty, I guess. We're not really getting people with loyalty below 50% out of our university education anymore. We're letting them study if they have more than 50% loyalty, and whenever they study, their loyalty increases because the party officials are also higher than 50%. So higher education-wise, this whole thing will only ever be filled, or should only ever be filled, by people with higher loyalty. Unless, of course, all of our other buildings ran full and they don't accept people with high loyalty anymore. And then they wait in the student hall until their loyalty drops. But yeah, I think right now I'm spreading out my higher educated population a bit too much, and they're also mostly working in other buildings other than the university and party HQ and school. Because they're allowed to move in here, which is all assigned to work in the orphanages and prisons. And I think I will unassign that. I hope they can run the facilities that way. They definitely don't need to work in the orphanages anymore, because those are low loyalty. We don't care about the loyalty in here anymore. Only criminality reduction and extra population growth. Which will hopefully now bring more highly educated workers to the party HQ and give us more loyalty that way. Only downside of this is I have unassigned the prison for any workers, so I'll be struggling to make loyalty. We need more workers with high loyalty and basic education. And we're a little bit thin on that. Orphanage is a loyalty cheat. I already have a kid with 91%. It's not a loyalty cheat. What do you do with that kid now? Does the kid have a basic or a higher education? Is the kid supposed to work in the orphanage afterwards, or is it supposed to work in the school or university? It's not that easy. You do get individual people with very high loyalty, yes, but how you use that then later on It's like a little bit more complicated than that. Sorry about that. Oh my god, the lack of workforce here is disgusting. I have so many loyal people here who are supposed to work in the prison. Figure yourself out, come on. I'm not having it. Like, no more highly educated people here. Get out. Prison again, and then other buildings. And I'll move the people with high loyalty out of these houses. Higher education out of these houses. Go over here and work in the, like, university or whatever. You haven't heard of political youth clubs? Those kids are super loyal. I never had that much loyalty on anyone. Yeah. And then they're very precious and you're trying to make them like keep the loyalty and like make them work in specific buildings. And things get very tricky. The same thing is for prisoners. If you start boosting loyalty with the prison, you also get prisoners with 100% loyalty released. If you have enough workers in there. Right now I'm struggling with the workforce in the area. I need to move some loyal people into those houses. Because our population shrank a little bit. It's not looking too good. But I can't have a loyalty drop in my prison. So please keep the loyalty high in here too. Isn't that to be a child though? The world is less complex for a while until you learn more. Yeah, but that's not the issue. I mean, like, do you learn about how to absorb information, or do you learn about the ultimate truth? Or do you learn about how to absorb information to basically entrench your opinion about the ultimate truth? Yeah, construction officers assigned to road construction over here is not going to work out. Because they're always going to run out of workers and they're just going to bring them over here just to run into unemployment. So I guess the maintenance officers are also not helping with road construction anymore. No, that's fine. Just don't auto-search that far. 3 kilometers. Actually, no. Then the sewage discharge is going to be out of range. Never mind, just... it'll get done. It's very far for horse fuel. Yep, but they're all being sent out with construction offices or distribution offices. And they only refuel after they get back to their construction office or distribution office, so it doesn't matter how far they go. We'll always be able to manage them that way. Should be okay. So you're distributing to the repair station, the veterinary, and the rail construction offices. Not obsolete because you're doing bricks, which we're not doing by train. Because we will need brick distribution into the building once we get to the MegaCity, because we need to build train bridges. Actually, no, the train bridges don't need bricks. We only need bricks for tunnels. And we're never going to build tunnels, I don't think. Well, never say never, but it's currently not planned to have any tunnels in the Republic. And then 2 distribution offices to handle distribution of citizen goods. for the initial settlement. What have we reached now? Host distribution office, yeah, sure. Not the host buses at the train station. They do have a gas station back here, so we do deliver some crops by distribution office nearby. They get to refuel in this area, they don't have to go all the way back to the customs house. So the only vehicles that are... Well, the distribution office is bringing crops here are still fine. It's not that far for them either. But yeah, now we basically need the volume of citizens at the train platform to actually build stuff. Which is why this whole area was supposed to happen with more houses, but our houses are somewhat empty. Bunch of people with basic education and high loyalty. They also didn't want to work in the prison. Everyone was doing other things for some reason. Loyalty dropped down to 43. Higher education still at around 230. The amount of highly educated people has been stagnant for a while now. I wonder if it's the lack of staff inside the party HQ, or if it is the lack of highly educated workers. I could lower the loyalty requirement a little bit, I guess. A lot of people in here have low loyalty. But then we run the risk of people just lowering below 50% loyalty and then unable to study. I don't think that makes sense. Oh, it looks like we're actually letting everyone study. There's not a queue in front of the university anymore either. Do the loyal people seek jobs that require it? No. They do not look for loyalty jobs. The thing that happens is that buildings with loyalty requirement usually have fewer workers in them. So they then see, okay, that building needs workers, it doesn't have anyone, I'm gonna go over there. But once it balances out with other buildings, like the Gallery of the Art having 3 workers, for example, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, this one has 3 workers, this one has 3 workers, I'm gonna go to the Gallery of the Art instead. Which causes issues. Yeah, they're building all the roads at the same time, spreading out the workforce evenly. That's making progress, I guess. I could bring foreign workers here a lot more reliably, but they're not working as efficiently. Because our own workforce got transported here from very far away. And for our own population, the workforce multiplier is very high if they get transported very far. So you can see that the worker time here is progressing very slowly. Which means that they can get a lot more work done. So it's more beneficial to use our own workforce this way. Workers is not that many. But yeah, it's been 6 hours. I think I'm going to put a cut in here now. We made progress. We're slowly getting our path towards the center, the middle of the transportation done. Once the train platform is up, we can start building the next stop and towards the next stop, which is past the bridge. We'll have to terraform this to get the slope down. I don't want the train tracks to like slope downhill that quickly. So I would like this to be like at least 500 meters long of a slope, or 400 meters, something like that. Once we have some workers, we can probably use the road or the airfield tool to make that work for us. But until then, we have stuff to build anyway. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I guess I'll put this as the final picture, so we see how far away we are from our settlement. And we're actually building stuff with horse carriages and trains. You're welcome. We're going to raid over to, I think, what is Zetteldeer playing today? Railroad Corporation. A train building game, which I guess fits nicely. I also don't know that game, so we'll be doing a raid over to Zetteldeer playing a game called Railroad Corporation. Seems a little bit like Railroad Tycoon with a more cute art style, more colorful, more modern. I'm interested to see what he has to say about the game. Looks to be about resource management. It really looks like Railroad Tycoon. Okay. Well, anyway. We'll see what it is. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. I wish you good rest to your Sunday afternoon. I'll be back later. We'll probably check out more cairn or do something else. We'll see. But probably no more workers and resources today. I'll do that again tomorrow. Most likely in the afternoon, I think. I'm not sure yet. Or maybe a double stream on Monday. We'll see. Until then, take care everyone. All the best. And maybe also next time.